an idea, offer a hug to anyone. It took off.
That is my girl. And the fact that she is gay has no bearing on my love for her.
The Bible tells us some are born this way and some are made this way, and my child is fearfully and wonderfully made. My child was born for a time such as this.
Once you know how important fighting for your kid is, you can't do anything else but fight for them.
Dance with the Spirit early in the morning. Walk with the Spirit throughout the long day. Work and hope for a new life aboard. Listen to the Spirit to show you the way. Dance with the Spirit early in the morning. Walk with the Spirit throughout the long day. Work and hope for a new life aboard. Listen to the Spirit to show you the way. Dance with the Spirit early in the morning. Walk with the Spirit throughout the long day. Work and hope for a new life aboard. Listen to the Spirit to show you the way. Dance with the Spirit early in the morning. Walk with the Spirit throughout the long day. Work and hope for a new life aboard. And listen to the Spirit to show you the way. Dance with the Spirit early in the morning. Walk with the Spirit throughout the long day. Work and hope for a new life aboard. Listen to the Spirit to show you the way. Listen to the Spirit to show you the way. Listen to the Spirit to show you the way. We're going to teach you a new one, perhaps new to some of you. This is a song by Connie Calder about Wood River. And as we were being introduced to the theme and stuff, it was a song that kind of filtered into our consciousness of, oh, we should sing that. So if you've been around the prairies for a long time, you'll know the work of Connie Calder. But we're going to sing this together.
Oh, won't you come with me where the Wood River flows? We'll watch it meander slow as the sky turns from red to dark. And as the sun goes down, we'll throw our arms around each other and tell the dreams that are deep in the heart. Because the heart is bigger than trouble, and the heart is bigger than doubt. But the heart sometimes needs a little help to figure that out. So won't you come with me where the Wood River flows? The little Wood River knows that it goes stop it going, or those willows growing, or all of the lovers showing their hearts to each other there. 'Cause the heart is bigger than trouble, and the heart is bigger than doubt. But the heart sometimes needs a little help to figure it out. 'Cause the heart is bigger than trouble, and the heart is bigger than doubt. And the heart sometimes needs a little help to figure it out. So won't you come with me where the Wood River flows, the little Wood River knows.
Good afternoon, everyone. Did you all have a good lunch? The food has been fabulous once you get to it, so that's awesome.
We're starting a religious, a spiritual practice. If you are where the food is in line, you cannot talk. You must move. And once you are done and you have your plate, you may engage again. But during that time, it is only contemplation and scooping food onto your plate.
So there, consider yourself scolded.
Scolded, yes.
So we're so lucky in this region. We have so many great ministries happening, and often at these meetings our agendas are so packed that we don't really get an opportunity to hear about some of the amazing work that's being done on your behalf throughout the region. So since we didn't have any proposals, we do have lots of business, but we didn't have any proposals. We thought we'd take a few moments just to give you some information about some of the ministry networks that are happening in the region. So we've invited two to come and speak with us. So the first will be the Intercultural Ministry Network, and Kathy Yamashita is going to speak about that ministry.
Hi, everybody. So I'm Kathy Yamashita, and I'm from the Southern Alberta Japanese United Church in Lethbridge. I've been involved with ethnic ministries and intercultural ministries since I first walked back into church in the 1980s. Now, coincidentally, the Western Intercultural Ministry Network is the same number of years old as our region. 7 years we've been in operation. Prior to this, we were a standing committee of the Alberta and Northwest Conference, who always considered that it was at that time ethnic ministries were important. And our church is intended to be intercultural. Now, how can a church be intercultural if it knows nothing about other cultures? And how does a church learn about other cultures unless they actively seek the information? The Western Intercultural Ministry Network is formed within the 5 Western regions of the United Church of Canada, One of our goals is to ensure that there is information that the mainstream United Church can access. So we've sponsored every year a couple of, we call them coffee chai sessions to make them seem less formal. To participate along with the ethnocultural networks within the United Church of Canada. And these are the Korean Network, the Filipino Network, Chinese Network, and the Black Clergy Group. And again, our goal is to provide education about experiences. It was We Sing Our Faith, the evolution of intercultural music in the United Church. It was a conversation with Becca Whitla and Lisa Waits. Just this April, last month, the Journeys of the Black People in the United Church of Canada was facilitated by Franklin James and the minister
Paul Waffle.
Paul Walfall, yes, yes. In October 2023, we had an in-person meeting at the Star of the North Center in St. Albert called Daring Justice, Intercultural and Decolonizing Lenses on Truth and Reconciliation. And attending at that time were Russell and Charlene Burns and Tony Snow. Russell and Charlene talked about Indigenous protocol and cultural awareness. Mion Kim gave a presentation called Magpie, You Bring Good News, information from South Korea. Becca Whitlaw talked about singing and praying justly, and talked about some of the music from the ethnic minorities in the United Church. Lloyd Nyaroda talked about the church's mission from its work in Zimbabwe. Chris Pulinayagam, who is at that time, I think, a teacher from Vancouver School of Theology, talked about the impact of immigration. And one of the things I remember from his talk is that one of the major groups that are immigrating to Canada are people from India. Murray Pruden, at that time, who was with the Indigenous Church, talked about storytelling and collective street and community theater. So those are some of the topics that one session was also about the significance of the clergy collar. We had a minister who always wore his clergy collar, and we had a minister who never wore a clergy collar. And we learned about the significance of wearing a clergy collar if you're with Indigenous people, because that's a trigger right there. The fellow that always wore his clergy collar came from Europe and had been targeted as a Christian minister and beaten because he was wearing the clergy collar. So he wears it as an act of community, being part of a larger organization. So understanding that people come with stories that are individual, that nobody can be taken for granted as being one thing or another just because of their color. Are there any questions? Luke Heisa is a new member of the of the Western Intercultural Ministry Network. Yes. I'm sorry, Luke. I apologize for forgetting your name. Okay.
Well, thank you very much, Kathy.
Thank you.
And thank you also to Chris Mapoy, who does staff support for that group. And next we'll have Cecile Fossick, who is a member of the Being Good Relations Network, and I think the chair, although somewhat reluctant chair, maybe.
I call myself the facilitator. And I have been at it for 7 years now, so I would like to good relation and Chinook wins of your docket, and I would really encourage you to take a look at it. Most of the things I'm going to be mentioning are in that report and some links that might be helpful. But a little history like Kathy. Since the late 80s, the church in these parts has been responding to Indigenous justice issues. And I'll date myself by saying, does anyone remember the old dam controversy? Yes, Bob there. And we're sort of back around, come full circle. And at that time, seeking to live out the 1986 apology and then the 1998 apology. And when the Truth and Reconciliation Commission began holding hearings across Canada, the work of the Living into Right Relations Committee of the conference at that time here and in other regions focused on educating ourselves about the residential school system and its impacts, and encouraging people to attend the hearings, because we said if people are telling their stories, somebody needs to listen. So then after the TRC, we invited congregations to identify people who would provide leadership climbing the path of reconciliation, as Justice St. Clair identified it. And about 100 people at that time that we know of have since done much difficult work. And I want to say thank you for those who are the proverbial persistent widows. You have done so much, and we persisted through COVID. We said, if nothing else, we will still have Zoom gatherings and check in with each other. Tried to pick up that work of seeking justice and reconciliation. And it's not been easy. Many of those congregational leaders that were originally identified and the relationships that they built as they went along are ailing and aging now. And there's 2 elders in particular who have passed away in the last year that were very significant on that journey. And so transition is needed, and it is happening. But as Therese Burnett Cole in the latest Broadview magazine, talking about the history of the Indigenous church, described it as 2 steps forward and 1 step back. That's the way of the prophet. And so we hold on to that theology. We need you as regional representatives to raise up our work in your communities. And so that's another reason to take that report with you. The leadership group for the network has just completed over a year's work on trying to draft a new statement of its vision and mission and goals and values. And that's not work that I particularly enjoy. And on Monday, we're having a meeting that I hope we finally adopt this and say, well, we'll just run with this for now. And, okay, well, I'm just thinking of backing this up to the original statement. There, okay. So the thing that we, wrestled with most and began to be most clear about is that reconciliation is primarily the responsibility of settler descendants. That we're the ones who must acknowledge the harm done and initiate reparations and systemic changes. But how does that mesh with nothing about us without us? And so we want to ensure that Indigenous voices with whom we are in some form of relationship, partnership, that they guide and inform and consent to the actions we take. We dream that communities of faith are cultivating mutually respectful, just, anti-racist, and harmonious relationships between First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples, and non-Indigenous peoples. And we want to encourage and support one another on that journey. We seek to hold space and create opportunities to move reconciliation forward through education, especially anti-racism and intercultural education, and see the overlap between what Kathy was saying through dialogue, advocacy, action, and building friendships. And the recent visit with Dr. Marie Wilson in Calgary lifted up 6 actions that the National Center for Truth and Reconciliation have identified. And we've adopted those as, or adapted them as our goals as well. And in that, the various events connected with Marie Wilson's visit, people were asked to take an oath of witnessing, and that was based on these reconciliation actions as well. And perhaps Tony will say more about that tomorrow. We have struggled to keep the 94 calls to action before our communities of faith, as well as the caretakers' calls to the church and other Indigenous cries for justice, including those of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people. We must keep pressing for action on the 231 calls for justice that were issued 6 years ago now by the public inquiry, as the epidemic of violence against Indigenous women and racism in the policing and justice systems continues. The most recent set of sacred obligations that we must respond to are outlined in the Special Interlocutor's Report on Unmarked Burials and Disappeared Children, which came out at the end of October last year. We held a significant gathering in Edmonton at the end of February this year to begin to grapple with the reality and the implications, the international legal implications of genocide and disappeared children in Canada. Begin to be much more intentional about what would be appropriate reparations. Dealing with settler denialism. For some reason, these reports of burials has brought out stronger than ever people denying the impacts of residential schools. We had a federal candidate on the West Coast who was denying the impacts of, and that somehow this wasn't as significant an issue as it is. And also the question of making a more extensive apology. I think that's going to be for the General Council 45. Our experience in remembering the children who died at the Red Deer Indian Industrial School long before the Kamloops reports can richly inform our understanding of going forward. Next year is the 150th anniversary of Treaty 6, and we want to think about how do we mark that. In these days of talk of Alberta's sovereignty and separation, we need to be lifting up the primacy of treaties in our nation-to-nation relationships, along with all the chiefs in addressing our Premier and her caucus. And this includes protecting the headwaters of the eastern slopes. I recommend viewing the 3 films online that are produced by Dr. Pat McCocus from Saddle Lake called Treaty Talk and Treaty Walk and Our Children, Our Future. And there's also the webinar that our network held with her and the Indigenous Education Coordination for Red Deer Public Schools. That was last June, so it's still current. If any of you would like to talk some more about the Ministry of Reconciliation, we're going to have a network table at dinner tonight too, or catch me another time. The email addresses are in the report for our leadership group, in addition to the staff of Tony and Charlene and Chris as well, and Julie Graham supports us as well for Northern Spirit. So I'm wondering if there's any questions too, if we have time for that.
We'll maybe just let folks catch you at the network table
So
tonight.
thank you for listening, and all the ways that we walk and that we stumble and we carry on in grace together again.
Thank you, Cecile. That's great work that the network is doing. And thanks also to Chris Mapoy and Tony Snow, who offer staff support to that group. And networks are groups that meet together over shared interests. And so if there are shared interests that you have, you can start a network. That's how this new structure is set up, so that folks have agency themselves to gather and talk about the things that matter most to them. And then we have clusters, which are more sort of geographical, that we encourage you to talk to your neighbors, either fellow leaders or fellow communities of faith in the area. There's been a few of us who've been a little bit busy over the last little while preparing for General Council 45. And the busiest of those folks are Taylor and Sue, who have been offering leadership to the hosting of General Council by Chinook Winds Region. So we've invited them to come and just share a little about what they've been up to and what we can expect.
Good afternoon. I'm Taylor Cresant, and I'm chairing the planning committee for the 45th General Council. I just want to start by talking about how we're conceptually have changed how we understand General Council in the United Church. There's now a General Council meeting every year within the church. We meet online for 2 of the years, and then we gather in person, and we hope that the online General Councils are sort of, we do, minor policy changes, updates to the manual, things like that. And then when we gather in person, then we're going to have larger conversations about the direction of the whole denomination. So we are hoping for that as we host General Council in Calgary. We'll have 2 sessions online in June, but then we'll be gathering in person from August 7th to 11th. I know many people here have signed up to be volunteers for that, but I want to specifically highlight some folks who have taken on more structured roles. So I'll start with the local arrangements committee. Can you just stand as I say your name? Sue Broderick is chairing that committee. Bill Booth, Nancy Chagas, Sandra Child, Mark Dukoski, Rhonda Gower, Karen Medland, Maria Zabon-Bursis, and Mauricio Araújo. I think you're just support, Mauricio, you said. And then also we have Terry Beaumont, who's from the Office of the Moderator and General Secretary as well. So thank you, local arrangements. We have some other people that are serving on other committees. The great Tony Snow is the Indigenous Connection. Thanks, Tony. Where are you at? He's not here. Very typical. Amy Haynes is starting on the Equity Support Team. You want to stand? Just Thank you, Amy. I better say Trina. Trina is the Executive Minister for the hosting Regional Council, so thanks, Trina. And then the Youth Forum is Pamela Evans, Chris that we would hope that half of those people attending would be people of color. That seemed like that would be a very difficult goal to achieve. Friends, I wish to share with you, we have 125 youth registrants for Youth Forum. So thank you for achieving the impossible. We match our theme today. Speaking of themes, I'll share that the moderator has gifted us with the theme of dreams and visions, and so for us on the worship committee, we've been imagining the ways that that will also be fulfilled. We're looking forward to hear from our theme speaker, who is Karen Georgia Thompson, who is the, I don't know, what's executive minister, what's their role called? The big boss for the United Church of Christ in the United States. Which is it? Sorry, pardon me, moderator? General Minister and President. Okay, that's the official role. We've been very thankful for all of the ways that you have answered the call for us to host a very successful General Council meeting in person. And we have another request. I'm going to turn it over to Sue to make that request of you.
So this request is going to be focused on Calgary communities of faith, although we may have to go just around the parameter. We are going to be in need of pottery plates for communion. The communion will be the opening worship service, which will be Thursday the 7th, is going to be served at each table. 70 servers will be serving, and we've just reached out to the worship and theme, and she is hoping for pottery. If we can't come up with enough pottery that is used in communion, we will then go to the silver plates that we all have in our communion server sets. But so if your community of faith has 1 or 2 or more pottery communion plates, please let me know, sbroderick@shaw.ca. We will have to figure out a time prior to the 5th of August for me to get them, whether I drive around and pick them up or I put myself in one spot and everybody can come over a couple-hour period. Please make sure they're marked by the community of faith so that after General Council I can get them back to you. So that's the first request. Just the plates. We've figured out how to do the cup and the bread on the one plate. And so if we can get the pottery plates, that is the desire of the chair of the worship and theme. If not, we'll go to the silver ones. So while I'm here, I'll speak of the other couple items.
I have another one, but go ahead.
So on Tuesday evening, May the 27th, at 7 o'clock on Zoom, you will get this information in the from Chinook Winds, but with the AGM preparation, we haven't advertised it out yet that way, but for anybody here that's in this room that has volunteered to be a volunteer at General Council 45, we're going to have a meeting on Zoom to just thank you, confirm that your JOT form was received, and yes, we've slotted you in on the times that you have asked for, and to give a very brief what your role will be depending on the job. We've decided that all roles will be dealt with at that evening. I don't anticipate it being more than an hour and a half meeting, but I think at least then you'll know that yes, you have been accepted to be a volunteer. I don't think we've said no to anybody. I thank Chinook Winds Region. We have been able to pretty well fill the slate of volunteers from within our own region, which is wonderful. And so just mark your calendars, but more information will come for Tuesday night, May the 27th at 7 o'clock on Zoom. And one of the key pieces that will happen then, but again, if you think of it, send me an email, sbroderick@shaw.ca. In doing the JOT form, and I worked with Shelley, and it's my error, we forgot to put in your shirt size. And of course, all volunteers will have a shirt when they're on shift to be identified. So if between now and then you can send me an email, otherwise on that night we'll also remind you to send an email. And if they all come to me, then I'll match them up with the spreadsheet, and then we'll know the shirt sizes, because they will be ordered from the national office along with other shirts for other things that are happening at General Council, and that makes it more reasonable for the cost of the event. So those are my couple of things. Yep.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
I have the names of folks that had done the volunteer roles, but I did want to acknowledge other people as well. I have seen your names so much in the last few months as we've been crafting all of the table groups. So I wanted to acknowledge people whom we elected last year as our commissioners who will attend the in-person General Council this August, as well as the 2 online ones in the subsequent years. If you are a commissioner to General Council, would you please stand? So let's just offer our thanks for these folks who will represent us at General Council. Presiding officer, that is our report.
Thank you so much, Taylor. He's been working hard, but I want you to know that the last executive meeting, we elected him as the vice presiding officer, so that as soon as he's done with GC 45, he can slide into the role of presiding officer at Chinook Winds. So there you go. All right. We have an M&S update, and then we have an M&S fundraiser. So we'd just like to invite Vicki up to give us an update of the work of M&S.
Awesome, thank you so much. How's everybody feeling? Is energy like kind of low because we just ate a big lunch? What if we took like 5 seconds, if everybody just met a need in your body? Shift your chair, stretch your arms, stand up and sit down if you need. Just like take a second to be like, This is a long day, but we're going to take what our body needs so we can get through it. This room is beautiful, but it is also windowless, so time feels eternal. Okay, I created a monster. Now everybody sit down. So thank you for your attention for the next few minutes. My name is Vicki Nelson, and I'm the Community of Faith Stewardship Support Staff that is deployed to this region. I live in Regina, Saskatchewan, and I serve sort of the 5 western regions of our denomination. I am going to talk about mission and service in a minute, but I'm also going to talk about stewardship and some of the resources and things available to you. So most of these, oh great, there is. Okay, so there's a little logo on the top of the screen there. Says Called to be the Church, the Journey. Most of stewardship resources are sort of housed under this these days. So if you see that logo, that means stewardship. That means generosity. That means gratitude. But first, if you're feeling any panic or anxiety or dread, which we've spent some time this weekend talking about those things. We've already talked about some this morning when contemplating business. But if you're thinking about it specifically, if you're like, oh, if I have to talk about money, or, oh, I think about my church's financial situation, if you're feeling that, I'm really sorry. We got some good advice this morning about how to sort of, what was the Kate Bowler quotes about not making people feel terrible when things feel uncertain. And so I do feel sorry that might be the case. You might feel that uncertainty. It is really hard, but we are also reminded that living water is flowing beneath us and around us. And so in the next few minutes, I'm going to try and offer you some productive hope. Like we heard yesterday, hope isn't the same as optimism. It needs to be active. And similarly, I've learned that the only way to get through sort of anxious thoughts is to take action. So even small actions, I have young children, and so we talk about eco-anxiety a lot, and like the number one thing you can do around eco-anxiety is do something, right? And the same, I would say, goes for anxiety around our communities of faith. Small actions, small changes, even just learning something new can help move from that anxious feeling, that stirring feeling, to a place of hope, and maybe a place more free of that panicky feeling. So what I'm hoping to do is spend a few minutes providing some ideas and steps you can take that might ease that feeling and move towards some positive changes. Oh, do I have the clicker to move slides?
Yep.
It's right there in front of you. Oh, thank you. I've watched everybody struggle with this. Okay, the green button? Okay, great. Okay, so let's start with some low-hanging fruit. Oh, it's right in front of me too. Wow, okay, this is really great setup. If you just want to dip your toes into the world of stewardship and look at the resources on your own, you can download a bunch of free resource kits that we have online. And these have some templates and examples. So we have 4 resource kits, and if you have a cell phone, feel free to bring it out. There's QR codes on a lot of my slides. If you're like, I don't do QR codes, you can also just get my business card at the back. It's on the mission and service table, and send me an email, and I will send you whatever you want, honestly. I'll just send you direct links. But there's a starter kit that talks about theology of giving and how to look at donor data. There's a digging deeper, should be diving since I'm using a water metaphor, but it's digging, which has info on narrative budgets and examples on what a great letter to send with your tax receipts is. There's a stewardship program kit with some ideas for doing meaningful stewardship and doing a campaign in your congregation. And then there's a legacy and bequest giving kit that has all sorts of information and materials on how to set up a legacy giving program or to refresh the program you have. Great. So another way to dip your toes in is that we have a lot of worship resources. So if you are responsible for leading worship in your congregations, this is for you. We have like liturgical seasons full of worship materials. So if you're like, we really want to talk about generosity for Lent or for the season after Easter or for Epiphany, we have those resources made. They're full worship services that in many cases include even children's programming and things like that. So please use them. They highlight how generosity has and has always been an aspect of who we are as God's people. On that site as well, like where that, I should have tested these, but where I assume that QR code goes, also has just, if you're just like, we need a little something, it has offering prayers and dedications, and it has what we call stewardship seconds. So if you have slides running at the beginning of your worship, or you print things in your bulletin, sort of pithy little thoughts around gratitude and generosity and giving. And that exists all on that worship resource page. Now, if you want to dive a little deeper, you might participate in our Getting Started in Stewardship session. And there's a couple folks that I've chatted through at meals and otherwise. This is the session I was mentioning. So this is like a one-time 90-minute course. If you're like, you have somebody who's thinking about getting involved in stewardship, or your congregation hasn't done stewardship in a long time, this is the thing to come to. It's facilitated actually by my colleague Melody, but it really does kind of touch on what you would get if you dive deeper, which was the next slide, so I just spoiled the punchline on that one. But anyways, if you can come on your own, or you can come with a team, and you'll be with people from across the country doing this learning. And so it's just a one-time 90-minute session, but then there's this optional reunion, I think it's 2 months later, where people occasionally, it's always offered, but folks come together and be like, hey, since thinking about generosity, these things have sparked for us. The Spirit has moved in our congregation in these ways, and those conversations can be really meaningful. I also just want to note that stewardship work is sort of related to the church budget, but it doesn't really stop there. And stewardship is about relationships. It's about belonging. It's really about rejecting scarcity thinking that capitalism has us swimming through these days. It's about, or probably capitalists hadn't since the beginning of capitalism. But anyways, it's about being open to the experience of deep gratitude for all we've been blessed with. And it's about responding and sharing ourselves in the work of kingdom building. And so if you're like, well, I'm not the treasurer, this isn't for me. Maybe it is. It's not just budgets. It's not, and in fact, almost I never talk about budgets. I look at a lot of materials from communities of faith, and almost very rarely does that mean I need to look at your budget. So all this to say, if this sounds compelling, sign up, look me up, send me an email. Okay, so finally is taking the plunge. So if you want to take the plunge and create a really robust, sustainable stewardship ministry, take one of our larger courses on ChurchX. Each of these also includes some ongoing coaching at different levels, depending on the course, but for your team. And you set goals, and in many cases, you set sort of an annual plan that's built in your context. It's built on what the needs of your congregation are. So the one that I lead and think is the best is Stewardship Best Practices. And so this is a course that quite a few folks in this room have taken part of. And so this is currently is a 5-session course. So it's 5 weeks, 2 hours. It's a large investment of time, but you really focus on learning some of the best practices in stewardship right now and creating an annual plan, again, based on your context, that will inspire and invite and thank folks in your congregation for their volunteerism and also for their generosity with their money as well. So setting up your giving program, the next one on the list there is 2 sessions long, and it's just, if you're like, we do a stewardship campaign every year, but it's getting a little stale, take this course. It's just 2 sessions, and you work through setting up a stewardship campaign. Or if you're like, we used to do stewardship campaigns, and then the pandemic happened, and we haven't done one in years. Take this course. This was with my colleague Brenna, and she will really move you through that process in a way that gets you thinking about why you would talk about generosity, why you're asking your community to support your work, and how to make that message inspiring and inviting. And then the last one is bequests and estate giving. And so this is, it also says on the slide, when they're next offered. So this is, it's exactly like it sounds. It's how to make a legacy giving program in your congregation. And I'll just say that because we are in the centennial year, nationally there is also a great opportunity to participate in this kind of program building, because through the United Church Foundation and with the philanthropy unit in the church, there's a Here I Am campaign, which is providing communities of faith with resources and actually support from consultants to really bolster your legacy giving campaign and to help you set the stage for a long-term sustainable development and growth, and sort of visioning about what your ministry would look like and how that can be supported by financial gifts in people's wills or through life insurance, etc. So if you are like, extra resources to talk about this really hard topic, tell me more. Again, come talk to me, or you can grab my my card. I think I also will put my email address up on the screen in a second. It's been a number of years since I have been working as a stewardship staff person, and so I've worked with a number of folks, and I've said hi to a few folks this weekend, but I want, if you haven't worked with me yet, give me a try. Nationally, we are doing things quite a bit differently than stewardship had been done kind of before the pandemic, and especially if you participate in that stewardship best practices, we really dig into your community of faith context. And even in the years that we've been offering that, because that program started in 2021, it's evolved and improved. And so if you're like, well, we did it in 2021, come do it again if you're interested. Kelly pulled me aside today and said it was just transformational for her congregation. She did it this last fall. So it's worth it, I think. It's worth the investment. Yeah, I got an absolutely. Thank you. Yeah. And so if you did work with me, that probably includes looking at some data in your communities of faith. Like I said, I don't necessarily look at your budget, but I do look at data and some indicators of growth and of health and other things. And so like Cam talked about yesterday with the mountain biking, we're tracking where you want to go and what you want to achieve. We're noting obstacles and challenges along the way, but we're kind of not letting those big rocks absorb our attention and our energy, because it's very easy to get fixated on the negatives. But the vast majority of teams who have gone through this work with us experience growth in several of like these areas. So total giving to local ministry, numbers of donors to mission and service, your gifts to mission and service, number of people on PAR or giving kind of regularly, consistently if you use Canada Helps or another program, and then the amount given through PAR. So those are some of the things that we're tracking, and essentially almost every team we work with sees an improvement in this area. But more importantly, what we want to see is other kinds of growth. So improvement in congregational morale. Is there just more joy in the ministry that you're doing together? Do you feel more confident in sharing your good news and inspiring donors? And I mentioned this to Kelly when she pulled me aside, but I heard from a congregation on Monday in Living Skies, so I'm going to share their story with you. So this fall, a congregation participated in stewardship best practices, and they worship and live out their ministry in a historic building, which you may means expensive. It's an expensive old building, and the trust that they needed to upgrade the lighting. And they were going to make that work happen in March. And so I was meeting with their stewardship team about their yearly plan. It wasn't about the lighting at all. But one of the people in that meeting was a trustee, and he just was like, it's too bad we don't know anything about capital campaigns, because we're about to do this $47,000 lighting project. And I just said, well, you do know a little bit about capital campaigns because you understand sort of best practices and principles around stewardship and around inspiring generosity. And so I said, just do it. Like worst case scenario, you just don't get very much money, but try the capital campaign. I'll help out. And I did, and they did it. So they came up with a really brilliant idea. It was called Oil for Our Lamps, and the donors were all referred to as luminaries. Anybody who gave was like a luminary, and they decorated their whole narthex with little flames with names of all the luminaries on it. And then I heard from them on Monday that the reno was done, and actually oddly, the reno was done halfway through the sort of capital campaign because they weren't planning to do a capital campaign. The reno was done, the lights were shining, and this community of faith in about 6 weeks raised $54,000. which is $7,000 more than the cost of the actual lights, which is great because what the person who called me said was, now that it's bright enough in the sanctuary, you can see how gross the carpet is. So we're gonna have to replace the carpet. So, which is great. I mean, that's, if you've ever done a home reno, you know. So they decided to have a really big celebration on May 4th. They also made jokes about it, may the 4th be with you, right? There was like a moving from the dark side. I don't know, I couldn't keep up. They got a lot of ideas. And they had this big celebration, and morale was so high in the community of faith. People are enthused about giving. They felt excited that they could contribute to such a big success. Now people are visioning about the future, not just the carpet. They're dreaming about what else is possible in this space and in this ministry. And so this community's panic, through just doing something, has been reduced. They are actually feeling, they're above the line, to use the flourishing metaphor. They're feeling above the line in this moment. And it's really a delight to witness that their work, which when they said to me, they're like, it wasn't that hard. And I was like, I know, right? It's not that hard. When they focused on stewardship, it had sort of all these other spin-off impacts. So let's do something together. Or, just take my words and do it on yourself, or do it on your own. But really, email me, and let's practice some productive hope together, because action is better than doing nothing and just stressing about things. So here are a couple things that you can do right away that don't require much planning or permission from councils, right? You can make, right now, May is PAR month across the church, and so there's all sorts of resources, which I'll email you if you want them. There's like a sermon, there's a whole worship service, I think, around promoting consistent giving in PAR. So maybe you don't do the whole worship service, but you just say, hey, if you give consistently, consider an increase, or hey, have you ever thought about giving consistently? You can send a thank you letter to all your donors, or Kelly told me that at Robert McClure, they started their stewardship work with writing thank you notes to everyone, and that shifted everything. It changed the energy in the room, right? So that's a beautiful, fun way. What a great summer project. Use one of our worship services that already exist and talk about stewardship this summer. Commit to sharing one example in every worship service. What am I trying to commit to sharing? One example in every worship service of offering an action. Yes. So how does people's generosity impact the ministry of your church? Tell that story. Or just use the mission and service stories. Those are beautiful examples of our wider denomination and the work that we're doing together collectively across Canada and around the world. All right. Okay, so don't take my word for it. If you have participated in a stewardship program with me in the last four-ish years and liked it, can you give a wave? Say, who have I worked with? Yeah, okay, a few folks. So look around and talk to one of these people and say, hey, that was good. And they can tell you a little bit about it. But here's some other quotes from folks that we've worked with. So Laurel from Southampton said, if you're starting on a stewardship journey, this course is for you and your team. Lots of guidance, resources, and encouragement. Kathy and Camrose shared, setting up your giving program together with stewardship best practices opened a window of hope in a future that was beginning to look rather bleak in our congregation. A couple years back, this is an older quote now, but Reverend Julia said, if you're struggling to determine the best way to approach stewardship in your context, this course will help you immensely. It will inspire you. And finally, Laring said, stewardship best practices is perfect for any congregation that would rather talk about sex than stewardship. Though I will say, we have talked about sex a lot this weekend already. I'm like, how many people will talk about sex up here, especially Karen? So, I mean, Chinookwians, maybe get as comfortable talking about money as you do about talking about sex, and you'll be doing great. So, over and over, we see that communities of faith that do something, that do anything, have results, and you can too. If you're not the stewardship person, if you're like, this isn't in my portfolio, please tell that person to give me a call, to contact me. And in fact, I give you permission to pick up your phones and put a calendar reminder or send them a text or an email right now and be like, call Vicky or send that message to Vicky. And if you don't have a stewardship team, you're like, oh, I have no one to text. I don't know who to send that message to. Consider just reaching out to me to start the process. We can have a conversation. I know many communities of faith right now don't have active stewardship teams, and that's okay. It doesn't necessarily require a ton of work or a lifetime commitment, but we can start dreaming about your context and figuring out ways that we can take some of those small steps and small actions to build a difference in your community and the world. So here is my contact information. That's my email address and that's my direct line. I do, as I've gestured many times, I have a stack of business cards on the back table. The phone numbers are a little fishy on those, so stick with the email address, but do get in contact with me. If you all take those cards, then I'll be able to get new ones reprinted with the correct phone numbers, so that would be great to actually be a service. Okay, so I'm going to talk about mission service as I was told to, sorry. But who here supports mission and service? Yeah, give a whoop, whoop. Yeah, there's a show of hands. Yeah, and online I hope many of you support mission and service as well. So thank you to nearly everyone for your generosity. It's really inspiring and it's really meaningful and it's changing people's lives and building a better world. And so I, on behalf of the mission service team and on sort of behalf of each other, I'm so grateful. I am also your liaison to mission and service. It's the fund that fuels much of our denomination's work. It's within communities of faith, in Chinook Winds. It creates the Call to Be the Church program. It does many things kind of here, across the region, and beyond. So if you have questions about mission and service, if you want to volunteer, get more involved, please reach out to me. But with that, I'm hoping we can watch a short video about the history of mission and service. finish up my time here, which I've gone over, I just want to quickly celebrate, because mission and service is the fuel, but like the actual work is the ministries that are living out a vision in this community. So I just want to celebrate the recipients who've got mission and service grant funding for 2025. So the gifts of folks combined in this room with people across the country are supporting incredible work like the Affirming Connections, Canyon Church Camp, Kasota East Camp, the Youth Animator and First Third Minister in the Lethbridge area, the National Park Ministry in Waterton, the Youth and Young Adult Shared Ministry at Fish Creek, the Campus Ministry at the University of Calgary, and the Ecumenical Campus Ministry in Lethbridge, and more. It seems to me that when we share, God multiplies our gifts, and what seems unimaginable is imagined. It happens, right? And it's exciting. So thank you again for your support of mission service, and I'm sure that support's going to grow as the fundraiser is about to be announced. So thank you so much for your time.
Okay, we were talking at executive about maybe we need to have some kind of a mission and service fundraiser because apparently other places do it, and you know, so I went to the most competitive person I have ever met in my life, John Pentland, and said, please help us do an M&S fundraiser.
Okay, so here's the deal. I have never played this, but we're all going to play with this. We're going to draw the circle wide. Everybody's in. I asked you to bring either a $5 or $10 bill, and you said I don't carry cash. So what I would like you to do is write down a piece of paper, $5. So everybody's got a piece of paper that's $5 or 20 or 25, but at least 5. If you brought the money, use the money. I brought the money. Believe it or not, I have the money. Show me the money. This is going to take 7 minutes to do, and there is a prize in this box for the winners. Okay. So this game, I'm going to need you in a minute, Joanne. This game is called Heads or Tails. So everybody stands. Okay, and you are, first of all, put all your money in your black box. That's the pot. Money to the middle of the table. The IOU is fine. You can use an IOU of paper. All the money in the middle. And I will call either heads or tails. And when I say that, you're going to either go like this or like this. And if you win, you stay in the game. If you lose, you sit down. This is heads. This is your head. Everybody, should we do it together, everybody? This is my head. This is my tail. Okay, got it? Okay, so do you want to do a practice run or we got it? Okay, we're going to go. Heads or tails? Make your call. Make your call now. Okay? I don't have glasses on, so what is that? Heads remain. If you had your hand on your heads, you stay standing. Everybody else, you're down. Here we go. Trina, I don't have glasses, so. Okay. Heads or tail, make your call. That's a tail. Okay, tough decisions to make here. Are you ready? Heads or tails, make your call. Heads. Now, the people that are here, we want you to come a little front so we can see you all, because we're getting into a duel now. All right, make your call. Heads or tails? Heads. Okay, now we want you to step up on the stage here to totally bring you in. Yeah, right up front. Look at this, if you're able. Okay. This will be what's called heads or tails. What would you like to do? Everybody? Between you two. Here we go. What are you going to do? It is tails. Although I recommend you try this on Sunday. It could work out really well. And the $10 gift certificate for Tim Hortons goes to you, which I'll get from my car full of that. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
How about to Mauricio?
If you decide you want to contribute more, that's always allowed. Because there are other regions we'd like to beat, apparently.
Yeah, we're gonna go down. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would just go in front because okay.
So as we're doing that, we'll invite Carrie Copeman-Haynes, who is the new Office of Vocations Minister, to come forward. She's here getting set up, and she's going to introduce our candidates for this year. You've already been introduced to Carrie earlier, and we're grateful to have her joining this region as deployed staff for Office of Vocations. So thank you, Carrie.
I just want to interrupt for 1 sec. If you put in an IOU where you trust you'll email your money into the Mission and Service Fund, Sheena Trotter-Dennis is going to be the counter. So we want to know how much we raised. So just we'll gently figure that out and let you go before the break.
I'm working on being live. Okay, I'm live. Well, my name is Carrie Copeman-Haynes, and I have a second career as a facilities supply mover. Until I have the right number of chairs up here, I will continue with that secondary ministry. And here I am. Now all I need is some candidates, some celebrands. So I reached out to our celebrands an embarrassingly short time ago to invite them to join me up here and enjoy the feedback. I'm in front of a speaker. I'll move back. Let's try this. Okay, here they come. Let's welcome them. Oh my goodness, I'm in the zone. All right, I'm gonna fall off the stage. All right, look at the problem solving we have here. I'm gonna sit on the other side. Everybody move down. I gotta be far away from the mics. Okay.
Don't be too close to the edge.
No, I have one. I'll keep on talking, because, you know.
We have to change, but we adjust.
Okay.
So you just sit down.
All right. All right. I'm 2 weeks in as your Office of Vocation Minister full-time. Before that, I was 6 weeks as your Office of Vocation Minister half-time, and also saying goodbye to a beloved community of faith that I served for 22 years before that. So I'm still grieving, and I'm in transition, and I'm both grateful and I have moments of emotion welling up. So if that starts to happen, you will all understand that there's a river of grace underneath all of us. So I invited our lovely 4 celebrands, 2 to be ordained, sitting close to me here, and 2 to be commissioned, sitting on the other side. And I invited them to share one of 2 questions, answers to those questions. One, looking a little bit backwards at where that river of grace had held them and supported them on their journey towards ministry. and one looking a little more forwards about where is God planting hope in them for their ministry. And I asked them to speak for 3 minutes, and I told them I'm going to answer both questions and hold myself to 3 minutes too, just for solidarity. So I would like to share with you, before I invite anyone else to answer any questions, that I was invited to apply for the Office of Vocation job by someone, and I said, "Get behind me, Satan." And then a couple other people talked to me, and then finally the call came that made me go, "Okay, God." I had done a sabbatical and a 40-day Ignatian spiritual retreat, and my punchline was Jesus saying to me, "Make yourself available to me." So finally, by the third person who said to me, "You need to apply for that job," I was like, "Okay, Jesus, I get it. I will make myself available." And the grace that flowed after that decision was in the equanimity, how equanimous I felt all the way through the process of applying, being called for an interview, doing the interview, and then finally the call that came while I was eating a tuna sandwich at my desk at Crossroads United Church 10 minutes before my staff meeting, when I thought that Marlene, my now supervisor, was calling to let me down easy by the way she first started introducing the phone call, and then it turned out she was offering me a job. So, grace that holds us, and now is holding me in the midst of transition as I learn a new role. After 27 years of ministry, I am in the beginner's mind. And that's actually kind of a dislocating feeling. So thanks be to God for grace. Now, only one of these three beautiful people, Keith, is going to answer that same question. So Keith, where have you felt the grace of God supporting you in your journey?
Thanks.
It works.
It works? Okay. Thanks for that. Yeah, looking back, my whole journey, I mean, how far back can I go? But really, started in a couple coffee shops. And one in particular was in a coffee shop discerning a call with Bill Phibbs. And I was trying to figure out, am I an artist or am I a minister? And he looked at me with a twinkle in his eye and he said, "You don't have to choose." And that gave me some confidence to keep going down this journey. And then another meeting in a coffee shop 6 years ago was at Weeds up in Capitol Hill with Brenda Fox. And I was discerning the call. And was it diaconal or ordained ministry? We thought maybe ordained because the fancier robes suited my... No, we're just kidding. But Brenda was a huge part of this journey, and I just want to acknowledge her. And I think, you know, when I was writing my final submission for the all those things we write for y'all.
Oh, yeah.
You think you're done writing in seminary. Oh, no. just starting. About feeling like I've never really belonged. And whether is my call to the church, is it to the United Church? It's been a question. And it was actually a surprising, unexpected moment of grace when I went to Brenda's funeral. And I saw for the first time this amazing community of other people who maybe felt like they didn't belong. And somehow all of us showed up with our unique gifts in this incredible way. And I felt proud to be a part of it. And that took me aback. And I realized this is the place to be. So thanks.
Thanks be to God. Wow. Thank you, Keith. The second question that I asked folks is the one about hope being planted by God for the future. And in particular, thinking about the next 100 years of the life of this beautiful denomination, the United Church of Canada. And so I'm gonna ask Robin to speak next because her middle name
is Hope. I was like, well, I guess I better answer that question. It's my middle name. I already heard some words up here that bring me hope. I heard Carrie use the word equanimous, speaking of equanimity, and of having a beginner mind. And it gives me hope that there's a meditation circle that meets in my church once a week that has a growing group of followers who come together to practice beginner mind and to practice being equanimous. But in terms of my testimony around what gives me hope, the theme of this conference is about living water. And I wonder how many of you, when you hear the term living water, you picture a river or a stream or a lake or maybe even a river or an ocean. But I wonder how many of you think about the air around you right now, which is actually filled with particles of transforming water, of living water. And to me, the message of living water is a message of transformation, of the transformation of what we see as material here through a phase of immateriality to reform into a material form and then fall to the earth again, nourishing everything it touches. And the story of living water, to me, conveys life in the spirit in a way that I've seldom heard communicated through church, and in a way that I feel called to share. And the opportunity that the broad, inclusive United Church of Canada gives me to share a message makes me feel hope. And finally, I think the most important thing about the United Church of Canada in the next 100 years needs to be the uniting. And I hope that we can lift unity in the work we do together in the days and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pass. Oh, they got mics. Awesome. Letitia, do you want to go next? Or, oh, I'm sorry. Lisa, go for it. You've got the mic.
Well, it's a good bouncing off point because I made notes. It's been a long week. And so this will also keep me under my 3 minutes because anyone who knows me well knows that I love talking about myself. So with that, I think hope is a deep conviction around relationships, and that if anything, relationships are being proven to matter more and more. In a world that we're very fast moving, full of noise, God's nudging isn't always so in your face. Sometimes it's subtle. And sometimes it is like, hello, pay attention, into the spaces of connections, courage, and care and change. And so my hope is rooted in the sacred showing up that I've witnessed around the many of communities of faith that I work in partnership with. And hope comes to me in those communities where folks are showing up to, in my case, pack lunches for campers who they may never meet, cutting up fruit for snacks and baking cookies, and welcoming them like they're already part of the team and part home. Kids asking, why did God make mosquitoes or bumblebees? Bumblebees are easier to answer. Mosquitoes a little more challenging. But it's all wondering together and leaning in together. And I see the hope in the youth who dare to ask those tough and challenging questions around faith and justice. And the congregations that don't just tolerate children and youth, but embrace them and encourage them to participate. I see communities of faith willing to experiment, try something new, live outside the box, let go, which is hard to do, of how things used to be. And it's in these everyday acts that I catch glimpses of churches for the next 100 years and what those might look like. Less about the institutions, more about the incarnations. I believe God is calling us to be more nimble, more playful, and honest about our fears. more faithful in our risk-taking, and where campfires and community halls might be as holy as those old, wonderful, beautiful sanctuaries. And I think that's all good news. As we look to the next 100 years of the United Church, my hope is grounded in our capacity to adapt, remaining faithful to the gospel, not knowing all the answers, about having companions, and the call to keep moving forward, trusting in God. He's not done. And also, as I step into this ministry with some uncertainty, I do have a pocket full of stories. We've heard repeatedly how important stories are these last few days. And a heart full of stubborn hope, and a trust that God is at work, always.
Thanks be. Letitia.
Ditto. So, as I'm going into diaconal ministry, I see hope in the areas that my education has given me of spiritual and pastoral care, the social justice, and our education worship side of things. And with that, I never ever really felt where I truly knew where my call was throughout my time until this last year of school, and how all of that was integrated together, and how we needed to have all three of that together in order to create that hope and to serve to our wider community throughout here. And with hope, I feel that we need to go to our community and work outside the church and bring church to the community, but also bring community into the church too at the same time. I got privileged to be able to do my last field placement at a church in Port Coquitlam who did all kinds of social justice organizations that came in to that church. And you could see how people were coming in and people were going out. And that to me was hope, because it wasn't just about filling the chairs necessarily just in the church, but we were seeing also the way that church was being done outside. And that to me was a way for us to bring hope to our future and see different ways of our future being held up. It's also the way of being able to be disciples and to show our gifts and our talents in different ways that we never thought that maybe that it could be done. So with that hope of being able to share our gifts and talents outside the church too, will bring that hope, and also people from outside the church can bring those gifts and talents in. And yeah, that's about it. It might be shorter than 3, but that's really, yeah. That's exactly, that's where I'm at with that, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, so here it is, folks. What a privilege I feel, and I hope you feel, to witness, you know, each of these people has been on a journey of multi-year preparation for ministry. They're already doing ministry, and they're about to be authorized formally to do ministry on our behalf, which is in itself a very hopeful stance for all of us, that we continue to plant the seeds and water them, and they grow. As I have attended this meeting, I've had several people sidle up to me and say, I'm a little bit interested in ministry, and can I talk to you more about that? That part of what draws what plants hope in me is that sense of the indomitable spirit, the Holy Spirit that keeps on sparking. You know, and that happens in community. That is what happens when we gather as the body of Christ. So thanks be to God for the courageous faith that keeps on gathering around these little candles that flicker in the night, and that can draw beautiful humans like these 4 here, and all of the humans in this room, to greater commitment, to courageous faith, to faithful action, and to openness in an uncertain time, as we've said. Will you say with me, thanks be to God? Thanks be to God. And let's give these people a
And I have to say, you know, we talked about unimaginable and unprecedented times. No one could have expected what happened last year. And, you know, for the candidacy board and for Lillian and for you who all stepped in, and all the regional ministers with such grace to support students and candidates, thank you. And we see you, and that has been such an amazing part of what it is to be the church, that in our time of grief and sorrow, we can show up for each other. So thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. I wanted to say something about Brenda, but I was afraid that I would cry. And so thank you for saying it for me.
When you say her name, she's in the room with us, so thanks for bringing her.
And Lillian, holy cow, that woman saved my bacon. So she provided an onboarding for me into this position that all the rest of the vocational ministers, I'm sorry, Lillian filled the gap after Brenda died. She stepped in from Ontario to serve in these two regions from away and facilitated such a beautiful interim moment, and then onboarded me, wrote an onboarding manual for the Office of Vocation, which will live forever until things change again. So full of grace and really skilled. So I'm grateful, and you should be grateful too, because she offered you faithful service and really knows what she's doing. And someday I will too.
I think also the candidacy committee too, because after the loss of Brenda, they stepped up through their grief and gave us all phone calls to let us know that we were not forgotten about. And I think that's big on them also.
Thanks for mentioning that, Letitia. I didn't even know that. Yeah. So let's offer all the candidacy board, Office of Vocation people who've done anything a big round of applause. And let's get ready to celebrate these folks on Sunday morning. Thanks be.
I feel a bit badly because on your name tag it says you have a break. So now you're looking at me going, wait just 1 minute. So maybe we could just like stand up and shuffle around, and then I promise when we're done you do have a break. How about that? But just like move your bodies, greet your neighbor, take a second to gather in. And as you stand in place, I just want to make sure, well, actually, first of all, my name is Pamela Evans, and I'm the team lead for First Third Ministry, which is the ministry, this is really short, taller today, there we go. Is the First Third Ministry is the ministry for those who are in the first third of their lives. So 33 and under-ish is how we calculate that. So we don't calculate it very definitively. But as you move into your seats, I just wanted to clarify something that Taylor said about Youth Forum this year. It was the goal of the Youth Forum planning team that 100 young people under the age of 30 would be part of General Council 45. And so the actual numbers, because I don't want you going anywhere and giving out incorrect information, because I know you all took notes. So the youth forum is about 85 youth. It keeps changing because that's the way life is. We also have 23 children and young teens that are part of the programs that are running at the same time as GC45. And then 10 of our leaders who are in the Youth Forum leadership team out of the 30 are under 30 as well. And so that is about 120. So he was correct in that we did go over our goal. We also met the 50% that there's more than 50% who are racialized and or Indigenous in that group. So we feel really excited about that. And it's a blessing to be part of that team and part of that energy. And I'm both really, really excited and completely terrified about August and just how that will end up. But it'll be great. So one of the things and the comments that you've heard me say before is that a common statement from folks in communities of faith when I say, my name is Pamela, I'm from First Third Ministry, we help you and resource you and support you in your ministry with people who are under 30, the most common statement, or one of them is, we don't have anybody in that age group, so this ministry isn't for us. And I have a lot that I could say about that comment. What feelings I think or I believe are underneath comments like that. And then also I would wonder if it's actually true. But that comment and the way that has given rise to the experiences we're having in communities of faith has been on our mind. So behind me are this region's group of First Third leadership. As you know, the First Third ministry is a leadership of not only this region, but Pacific Mountain. But this group and the Pacific Mountain group have spent a lot of time in the last 4.5 years of First Third ministry to imagine, to explore, to implement, to fail spectacularly and try again. Ways of supporting renewal, supporting energy, and supporting life. We are continually strengthening our imagination muscles. And so what I wanted to be able to do today is for you to hear snippets of what's going on in your region that's supporting communities of faith, that's supporting folks in the first third of their lives feel and know the love of God and be inspired to be Christ-like in the world. So that's what you're going, hopefully, to join us to do, and this will work. Right, Alan? All right. So they're all going to share a small story about what they've been doing and how it's been going. And the first person to be up here is Baz Skinner. And Baz started in July of 2024. And she is the First Third Ministry animator with a particular focus on youth ministry in Southwest Alberta.
I am not Pamela's height. Okay, hello, salut. My name is Baz. For those who are here or low vision, I have long brown hair, and I'm wearing a t-shirt that was actually created by a youth in our community. I have a really cool job in this region because my position was created by various churches in southern Alberta who recognized a shared need for youth ministry. So the churches pooled their money and they gave it to the region to manage. So I work on the first third team, and while I work in all of the United Churches in the Lethbridge, southern Alberta area, I don't report to any of them. None of them are my bosses. I've been in this position, as Pamela said, for 10 months, and I'm on a 3-year term. And as I've gotten to know the youth and the teens particularly better, it was pretty clear what they all needed: a free place to exist. And letting them, and I let them decide everything, including our group name, which they have decided is the United Youth, YOU, with the slogan that you can be you with us. We have created a very spirit-fed group, and we are the only affirming youth group in our city. It was also clear that the teens really wanted to play pickleball. And thus, Pickleball Tuesday was created. Every Tuesday after school, teens are invited to Southminster United Church, which is one of the churches, as they are within close proximity to a lot of junior and high schools, and they have 2 pickleball courts. And there was this incredible man from their congregation named Ted, Coach Ted, who has volunteered to coach. And as much as we needed a coach, because I had no idea how to play pickleball, Ted has regularly voiced how he has needed our teens, as he has been grieving loss in his own life. Together, Ted, myself, and a volunteer named Hillary grew this program that started with just 2 teens and has grown to 26 who are registered, with 18 of them attending last Tuesday. There's only room on the court for 8. So when they're off the courts, they are talking over pizza. We've had conversations about which animals we'd fight if they were Godzilla-sized. And we also talked about queer theology, how to handle grief, how to cope with anxiety in classrooms when there's lockdown drills. We talked about, does our church have a pope? I said, we have Carmen. And we've talked about the different names for God and how they relate to us. I apologize to Taylor because a teen told me last week that they have learned more about Jesus coming to pickleball than they have in a lifetime of Sundays in a sanctuary. Our court time is bookended by 2 groups. One is a group of retired seniors, and sometimes they will jump down onto the floor and school our teenagers when Dason begins the smack talk. I'm constantly impressed with their desire for teens to be a church, not just go to one, without realizing that pickleball on Tuesdays is church, just maybe not the way that some people in this room might want it to be. But what is slowly happening is sometimes they are coming to church on Sundays. They're showing up even when their parents don't, and even if it's not their church. What grown-ups fail to remember sometimes is that teens are experts at building bridges, and it's important for them to have a diverse community to teach them and to minister them. They have multiple ministers, Glenda, Mian, Taylor, Trevor, who can all cater to them all a little differently. And they have a free place to exist where they're welcomed, even in the kitchen on Sunday morning coffees.
So the second person that I'm going to invite up is somebody you've heard from. She's being commissioned this coming Sunday. Lisa Penzo started with the First Third team, well, in various ways over the last year, I guess, Lisa, hey? But in a particular role of supporting camping ministry. So we're trying to resource and equip our camps to continue their very important ministry with young people, and also to support Camp Caravan, which is now a partnership between Chinook and Fish Creek Shared Ministry. So we're really excited about that ministry and grateful that she has been active in there since its inception 10 years ago. 10 years Camp Caravan's been around, and it'll be going out into the world, but she'll tell you more. This is Lisa Penzo.
2 times in one day, I don't know, it's almost a record. Anyways, I hear there's celebration this year. It's 100 years for, this is participant, you have to answer. 100 years of, which also means 100 years for camping ministries within the United Church. And so we are very fortunate to have 4 overnight camping facilities, ministries within the Chinook region. Our Bar Harbor, Camp Kasota, you can see their wonderful logos on the slide, Kasota West and Canyon Camp Church. And then along with that, we have a day program, also known as Camp Caravan, which is our traveling day camp ministry that has journeyed through communities of faith, celebrating this summer 10 years, which is exciting in its own right. And camping is more than just a summer program. It's a vibrant expression of faith, community, and youth engagement. Deeply rooted in our United Church values, these ministries offer inclusive spaces where young people can explore spirituality, discover leadership, and connect with the sacred through the wonders of creation. They're not one-off events. They're ongoing, deeply relational ministries woven into the life of the region and the community of faith. In these sacred spaces, we've witnessed young people step into leadership roles, build lasting friendships, and deepen their own spiritual journeys. Whether leading a song, sharing a reflection around campfire, or simply being immersed in nature, the Spirit of God is moving, playful, surprising, and profoundly present. One of the most heartening aspects of this ministry is the unwavering supports from the communities of faith. Church members offer their time, talents, and presence, and it varies by location, but many can be found cooking meals, maintaining facilities and the lands, sharing in leadership and leading programs, and surrounding the young people with encouragement. Their support models living and an active faith for the next generations. We're so grateful for the ways that our churches do show up for our communities in camping ministry. They show up in the form of sleeping bags to baked goods, campfire prayers, and commissioning services. They say yes again and again to building relationships with young people and nurturing them and proclaim, "We believe in you, we're with you." That kind of faith is an accomplishment in itself and is very powerful. Financial supports from individuals and congregations and communities of faith also make this ministry possible. Each year, churches and individuals contribute generously to ensure that no camper is turned away for financial reasons, which, as we know with today's circumstances, is an ever-going increased need. The bursary programs is a tangible sign of our collective commitment to make space for young people to encounter God and community. I think of the camper who arrives on the first day, anxious and quiet, and whom by the end of the week is actually up leading campfire songs. I think of the junior leader who steps into new roles, discovering their voices, and then imagining themselves as the mentor for next year. I remember moments of prayerful offering and vulnerability, of laughter ringing through the forest and on the trails, and of young people wondering about justice, kindness, and love. These are those holy moments. The Spirit is alive and at work in our popsicle prayers, our bee-box building, and in gentle stillness of the evening vespers.
Camping ministry is not just about fun in the sun, although the sun does help. It is a church in motion. It's a church lived out with every skin knee, outdoor game, and evening vesper. It's where faith is nurtured, questions are welcomed, and young people are empowered. And in every moment, whether around the campfire or circle time, we see the body of Christ taking shape, one sacred moment at a time. And with that, there's lots of camping information over there to help yourself too.
Alicia Neal is the minister for First Third Ministry at Sunnybrook United Church in Red Deer. And we are in partnership with Sunnybrook around Campus United. So I invite Alicia up.
Hello, everyone. I have been blessed to witness the way Sunnybrook United has banded together to bring First Third Ministry to life, from fundraising events to providing meals for students at RDP every Friday, and so much more. The community has placed a lot of value on providing a meaningful space of belonging and connection for young people and young families. I'm so thankful to be here to share a bit about what has happened and offer my thoughts on how we are called to show up in the places we find ourselves. I started this position last May, and though I feel like much of my work has been invisible, I'm proud to say there's also been visible steps forward in this ministry. Last year, as Pamela mentioned, the region hired 2 RDP students as community connectors with Campus United, and throughout the year we showed up every week with a meal provided by a member of Sunnybrook and a community building game. More families have been coming regularly on Sunday mornings, and we now have a team of volunteers dedicated to creating a responsive and safe environment for children to explore their lives through a lens of faith. We've been holding space for mamas and their kiddos on Tuesday mornings, where we check in and share a rose, bud, and thorn from our week. And finally, there's been wonderful connections forming in the community as I've shown up for Central Alberta Pride events, volunteered for a Two-Spirit powwow, and partnered with Youth HQ and Spirit of Wellness to plan an event that centers youth, arts, wellness, and activism. One of my favorite things about this ministry is watching what happens when folks are invited into reciprocity and letting them have ownership of these spaces, as well as pursuing co-creation rather than trying to do everything myself. What I see is RDP students inviting their friends to our games and grub night, offering rides to those who need it, welcoming in newcomers, and joyfully helping set up and clean up with Afro beats playing in the background. I see mamas checking in with each other when I'm distracted and loving on each other's children. Kids asking, "Where's that grandma?" when my partner Donna is away. And so much space for tears when hard stories are shared. I see children who come to church feeling safe to express their big emotions and be heard, that share the most profound insights into who God really is, and whose parents say they jump out of bed to come to church. I see secular and faith-based organizations coming together to work toward a shared vision of inclusion, social justice, and communal flourishing. I've experienced so much encouragement, support, and care throughout this work from the United Church as a whole, as well as Sunnybrook United, St. Andrews here in Lacombe, and Gates United. I'm so grateful for the home my children and I have found here, and now are blessed to bring other folks into because of the relentless love that's embodied here. Trust me when I say that people like me exist, people in the first third of life that deeply value social justice, faith, and intergenerational community spaces, and we are looking for authentic spaces of belonging. Throughout the journey of this first year, a quote from Maya Angelou has been a guidepost. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel. As a church, I'm convinced that what we do matters far less than how we show up. As Baz said, all of these spaces, even though they may not happen on a Sunday, are church. As we continue to embrace expansive and progressive ways of being, move forward with messy authenticity, and reimagine what connection and spirituality looks like within the church, the safe spaces of belonging we create for First Third folks will be better than we can possibly imagine.
Jess Andrews, you saw her on the video this morning at 9 a.m. That was the invitation to take part in the Campus United donations and fundraising for both the Red Deer Polytechnic Campus United and Calgary's Campus United. Jess has been in her role for almost a year and a half, right? A year and a half as the campus minister for the Calgary Campus United. And we invite you to share your stories.
I'm Jess. My pronouns are she, her, and I just feel the need to straighten that so we can see a little bit better. There. It's good to be here, and this is my second regional meeting now, and it's really. It reminded me of what Keith was saying about finding places of belonging, to see faces again the second year and feel that growing sense of belonging. So it's good to be here. So I'm here to say hi from the wild and wonderful world of campus ministry, where our tea game is stronger than our coffee game. The questions are deep, and the students are constantly updating me on the latest slang. So I'm currently working as the campus minister half-time, across MRU and University of Calgary campuses. So I am beyond excited that we're soon to be hiring a second campus minister 2 days a week, who will be co-leading campus ministry in Calgary with me. So there's something I want to be very clear about. Campus ministry is not some rogue, hoodie-wearing offshoot. We are not hunkered down on campus independent of the local church. No, just maybe think of us as your slightly younger, eccentric, but always curious cousin who's still very much a part of the family. We're not separate from your congregations. We actually see ourselves and talk about it at our staff meetings and our trainings as being an extension of your communities of faith. We are your extension into the world of lecture halls, ramen noodles, and spiritual awakenings between chemistry labs. This year, I just wanted to share some stories about how we connected in beautiful partnership with one community of faith that is conveniently located immediately adjacent to the University of Calgary, and that's St. David's United and Northminster United together in one, they're together. One location, yes. So we have been doing things together. It started out with, I think, a drum circle in the green space beside their church. They supplied us with poster supplies for our very first Pride poster making event that we held in the Faith and Spirituality Center, which is one of the things we've been doing to create bridge building between the Faith and Spirituality Center and the Q Center, the Affirming Pride Center on campus, because we've heard there's some anxiety floating between those two spaces. What else have we done? Lost my spot. In October, they generously ran a month-long food drive for the campus food bank, and it gets sweeter than that, because then there was Elsie. Elsie, bless her. Here's why she needs to be blessed. She literally hand-delivered to my home address pies for Pie Day to feed the hungry students. And this is no word of a lie. They were still warm. She rang my doorbell and delivered warm pies to me. And let me tell you, the students, they tasted the heart and soul in those pies. This winter, we brought our campus drum circle into a Sunday service to help preach the good news of God's economy, that grace is abundant and no one has to earn a slice of belonging. And in the last week of classes, Reverend Bill came and joined us for our Tuesday sharing circle and contemplative arts time. And we were, in this time, we've looked at topics like what are God's pronouns, God's spectrums in creation, hell, and the afterlife, All Saints day, rest as resistance, and God and anxiety was the topic when Reverend Bill came. So these are not just one-off events. They are bridges. They're acts of imagination and incarnational ministry. Even though I might not see you every Sunday like you see the other people in your community of faith, campus ministry isn't something that's happening way over there. We are right here. We are a part of you, and we are reaching out with you to embody the inclusive, affirming, social justice-oriented love and grace of Christ to a part of our family that is super interested in spirituality and faith, but sometimes feels like they don't have a place at the table. So thank you for being a part of this story, and we're just getting started here. So let's keep dreaming and drumming and food driving and pride poster making and pie baking together. Thank you.
Part of Reverend Michelle Slater's work as the leadership minister is work with First Third Ministry, and I invite Michelle to come and share.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Michelle Slater. Someone very helpfully took my name tag on arrival yesterday to be helpful to me, but no one knows who. So if you were that person, thank you. And you could find me and give it to me. Very helpful. Yes, I also am pleased and privileged to work with First Third ministers in the area of leadership development and support. So I work with to support, equip, and encourage all those doing First Third ministry. So that includes ministry personnel. That includes people who are in solo congregational ministry who want to learn more about how to support First Third ministry in their congregation. It includes people who are on staff in First Third ministry. It includes lay leaders who are leading youth group or Sunday morning children's church or messy church, or congregational leaders who aren't involved in hands-on First Third ministry, but dearly love this ministry and want to find ways to support it and embody it in their communities of faith. So how I'm doing that is, first of all, by hosting online gatherings twice a month on the second and fourth Tuesdays in the afternoon. On the second of the month Tuesdays, we do general check-in and building community and sharing resources. And then on the fourth Tuesdays, we address a particular topic of concern or interest and bring a guest. So we've discussed best practices for social media with youth and young adults. We've discussed the duty to disclose, if we have disclosures of any kind of abuse or concern, what our moral, ethical, and legal obligations are, and how to practically do that. And we're thinking about how to talk and explore with young people about death and dying. So lots of important things for all of us, but especially those of us in ministry with the First Third. Second thing we do is a regular book club. This past Lent, we read together the book In Deep Water, Spiritual Care for Young People in a Climate Crisis, which I highly recommend. If you have a book that's been important to you in your First Third ministry that you'd love to recommend, I would be happy to hear that so that we could follow up. Through Leadership and First Third, we hosted an immersive multi-day land-based experience with elders and leaders from the Squamish Nation at Squamish on Gambier Island in BC. That included ministry personnel, lay leaders, and First Third ministry leaders. It was an incredible event. And we will host it again in March 2026 over spring break. And we'll be inviting ministry leaders and youth and young adults. So we want to have, you must bring a young person with you in order to register for this event. The group that we are working with is called Gathering Our Medicine, and their focus is on empowering and supporting and creating relationships with Indigenous youth. So that's going to be really exciting. Finally, I'm part of the team that will be supporting the leadership training and skill development of over 60 youth and young adults who will be employed this summer by Chinook Winds and Pacific Mountain regions in 4 different ministry areas. We're bringing all these young folks together to train for Camp Spirit in Pacific Mountain, Camp Caravan here in Chinook Winds, in-person overnight camping ministries here in Chinook Winds, and campus ministry and the community connectors. So we're going to do some work together and some work apart, and we're meeting on Tuesday to start planning that. So pray for us because we need it, but it's going to be fantastic. Thanks, Pamela.
And last but not least, of course, is Chris Mapoy, who is the First Third Ministry animator for the region. And Chris has some information for you.
When I tell people what I do, and I tell people I'm a First Third Ministry animator, people assume that I do cartoons. What I tried to do in Chinook Winds Regional Council is breathe life into First Third Ministry by working with communities of faith and working with youth and young adults in our region to make sure that there's a place at the table for young people in our communities of faith. One of the things that I do in order to provide a space for youth council to have, or youth to have their voices heard, is to support our Youth of Youth Council. Youth Council was envisioned by myself and a colleague who's now moved on to other things about 4 years ago. After we went through our restructure, we were discovering that there was a space missing at the table for young people in our governance structure. So we visioned a youth council that would have 8 members from our 2 regional councils in BC and in Southern Alberta that would serve 3-year renewable terms to provide us with a cross-section of youth across our regions and to represent the constituency of youth in our church, bringing forward issues of particular concern to us as a united church so we could better respond to the needs of young people. A few of them are here with us today, and you already heard from some of them who introduced our mock motion, and there's a couple of them joining online. Sadia and Kamal are members of McDougall United Church in Calgary. We're joined today by Micah, who's a veteran of Youth Council. This is their 3rd year on Youth Council, who's joining us from Drumheller in Strathmore. Dason is a member of the Lethbridge United Church Youth, as well as Maddie and Calwin, who's also a member of that particular youth group in Lethbridge. Lexi, who will be joining us this afternoon, is joining us from Airdrie. Who am I missing? Maggie, who just had to leave, but will be joining us back over the weekend, is from Fish Creek United Church. I think that's everybody. And we're still looking for opportunities to have members of our youth council who represent churches in Medicine Hat, in Red Deer, and Ponoka. So if you have young people in your midst who would like to join youth council, we're still actively recruiting. Youth Council, as you probably remembered, introduced a motion 3 years ago that Chinook Winds Regional Council would have at least 5% of the gathered court be here with us at the AGMs in order to have quorum. So those are some of the things that they want to do and are continuing to do to make sure that youth continue to have a voice at the table. I think we can go to the next slide. I'm going to share with you a little bit about some of our upcoming events. Youth Trek is our junior youth event that happens in both BC and Alberta. We're hosted by communities of faith across our regions. Youth Trek started when we began our youth council program 3 years ago, and we were hosted by Waterton United Church. Since then, we've been hosted by Drumheller and by Lethbridge, and this year we'll be at Gates Memorial in Red Deer. We're also introducing a new program this year that's Uncharted. That'll be our senior youth program for 16 to 17-year-olds, so those kind of finishing their high school careers. That's going to be in 2026 in BC. There's a number of our, it's here. It's here in Alberta. Sorry, we're going to Kananaskis. This year also, we're supporting youth and young adults at Youth Forum, at General Council 45. Some of our commissioners are also with us today who are under the age of 30. We're looking forward to inviting those 125 youth and young adults from across Canada to Calgary. Camp Caravan, which Lisa spoke to, will be our traveling camp that will be hosted by Communities of Faith across Chinook Winds Regional Council. What am I missing? And our young adult retreat, which is going to be November of this year at Firkham, Camp Firkham. Thank you. Oh, am I missing one? Sorry, the final thing is you'll receive a package tomorrow that will include posters and postcards for all of our upcoming First Third Ministries events. You'll be able to get them at the registration desk tomorrow morning. That'll include all of our materials, ways to share with your congregation about our upcoming events, and invite your youth to participate. Thanks.
Trina, how much more time? You told me, but I'm distracted. 10 minutes, great, okay. So in the middle of your table is a white sheet of paper that looks like a table on it. And at the top of it, there is this question. Oops, nope. Why are you doing that? There we go. How might First Third Ministry support, resource, or connect with your community of faith? So what I would like you to do, please, if you could, is spend the next 7 minutes just talking amongst your table group. What are some of the ways that you're really curious from what you've heard about how that might be something you could do in your community of faith? What do you want to know more about? What would you like support in resourcing or doing? And just if you could check in with your neighbors at your table and make sure if you could write them down, if it's a particular request, if you could let us know who you are, that will be helpful. And so there's a place for you to write your contact information as well. So let's spend 6 or 7 minutes in our table groups thinking about the ways that First Third Ministry might be energized, lifted up, and how we might help you. Thank you. Good job. You can't leave yet. Wait. What's that? So you have 1 more minute. Thank you for doing that. So Alan, could we put the slide on with all the program logos, please? There we are. So some of these events have happened in the past year, in particular Youth Trek, the Young Adult Retreat, the camps, the Campus United, Camp Caravan, Youth Council, the Imagine Children's Retreat, first one this year in Chinook Winds, which was very exciting. I would like you to stand, please. If you were at any of those events or helped folks get to any of those events, led at those events, participated in those events, if you were in any way part of what was going on, would you stand? And in this moment, I want to give thanks for those folks, for their ministry, their leadership, their participation in everything that we do in First Third. We're very grateful for your time and for your energy and for your commitment. Thank you. And one thing, I would like us to pray together. Will you join me in prayer, please? Holy One, creator of imagination, wonder, energy, and life, we give you thanks for the lives of young people, for their wisdom, their curiosity, their robust spiritual lives, for their presence and care and boundless energy, for the ways they show up and show us how to love. Holy One, help us to find ways to love them as you love them. Help us to continue to be a place of safety and care and hope in times when young folks feel anxious and distressed by the state of the world. Guide us as we explore and share ways to share the good news of Jesus, ways that are relevant and inspiring. In all this we pray, in your loving name, amen. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that. I'm always inspired by what's happening in First Third. We have a few announcements. I'm not going to make announcements again before dinner, so this is the announcement time. First of all, Carrie wanted to make sure that ministry personnel people make your annual declaration before the end of May. That's the police declaration, right? Yeah, that we have to do every year to say we're okay, we haven't been arrested and done bad things. So, Alan, I think you have a contact slide for Carrie if you need to get a hold of her. And if you're having trouble with Church Hub, Carrie can help. That's news. Good news. All right, so there's Carrie's contact information. If you have any trouble with filling out your annual declaration, please do contact her. Make sure everyone does that in time. We have a total for the amount of money that we raised for M&S. $830 in cash, $120 in pledges for a total of $950. Now, we recognize some of you in thinking might want to make further contributions or a different one. Like up your $5, whatever, it's up to you. But the Chinook Winds Region website is going to have a place where you can make a pledge for M&S. And a bit later, we'll have a QR code so that you can just do that, go directly to the website if you like. So further M&S pledges will be possible on the Chinook Winds website. Or what? Or paying the one you already made. Yeah, that pledge you made. Oh yeah, I always forget that. You actually have to come through, don't you? Just a reminder, because we won't have announcements again about the duck meeting at first row of tables, right there. First row of tables is where they're meeting, and I think there was with the Being Good Relations, is that what it is? Cecile, also at dinner, they're trying to meet. I think that's all. Okay, 4 o'clock, we need to be back here. That's theme time again, then we'll close with worship. And as we're coming back, like at 5 minutes to 4, we're going to play that trailer one more time so that you know what's happening tonight. Is that okay? Okay. You did it twice? Yeah. Okay. I'm just trying to plug it because it looks amazing. Yeah. And there weren't very many people here the last time it played. Anyway, it's break time. Is that okay?
We're going to sing before
break.
We're
going to sing before we go to break.
Let's stand so we're ready to rush for coffee. I knew how it would feel to be free. I wish I could break all these chains holding me. I wish I could say all the things I should say. Say 'em loud, say 'em clear, for the whole world to hear. I wish I could share all the love in my heart. Remove all the bars that still keep us apart. I wish you could know what it means to be me. Then you'd see and agree everyone should be free. I wish I could give all I'm longing to see. I wish I could live like I'm longing to live. I wish I could do all the things I can do, though I'm way overdue. I'll be starting anew. I could be like a bird in the sky. How sweet it would be if I found I could fly. I'd soar to the sun and look down on the sea. Then you'd see, 'cause I know how it feels to be free. I wish I knew how it would feel to be free. I wish I could break all these chains holding me. I wish I could say all the things I should say. Say 'em loud, say 'em clear, for the whole world to hear. Say 'em loud, say 'em clear, for the whole world to hear.
Alan? Oh, good. Folks, just a little word to the wise. Mom's not cleaning up after you. If you have dirty dishes, please deposit them where they can get washed. And after meals, clear your plates, but you know that. Anyways, just saying. I'm just noticing there's lots of flotsam and jetsam in the room at the moment.
Oh, cool. This is another fun.
One of our parishioners goes on which is a grand owner sanctuary, upgrading all the sound and lighting by 100,000. Whiskey County Jazz is local. They come every other week. Do you know this? It costs $20 per day.
faith. I love the scriptures. I love prayer.
My beliefs about the LGBTQ community were that we needed to help them see the truth to save them from going to hell.
My birth certificate said I was a boy. Do I look anything like a boy?
We absorbed this idea that it was the ultimate of offenses. And why would you choose that?
I felt like there was a big old sign hanging over my head saying, "You're a Christian and your daughter is gay, you failed."
It always came down to, Tammy, you have to make a choice. If you choose to be with women, you might as well throw yourself off of a cliff.
God did not place something in your genetic code that would destroy your soul.
Do you consider homosexuality a disease?
No, I don't. It's a sin.
It was really hard to find another Christian that I could relate to until I met the Mama Bears. The Mama Bear tribe is really what turned me into an advocate.
A Midwest mom sparked an idea: offer a hug to anyone. It took off.
That is my girl. And the fact that she is gay has no bearing on my love for her.
The Bible tells us some are born this way and some are made this way, and my child is fearfully and wonderfully made. My child was born for a time such as this.
Once you know how important fighting for your kid is, you can't do anything else but fight for them.
This is a candle we can't let burn down, because if we do, you lose the rainbow.
Did you stick a tea light?
So there's a tea light in there, and so I have to keep changing them out. Yeah. So that's I prefer to let candles burn down, but in this case we can't. If the stripes went the other way, then we could, but we don't have stripes all the way to the bottom. We'd end up with just, it would be depressing.
Yeah, well, thanks. Okay, I don't think you can fix this, and I don't have OCD, but I think the people who do.
Make a joyful noise, all the earth. Worship your God with gladness. Make a joyful noise, all the earth. Come to this place with a song. Know that your God has made you. Know it's to God we belong. And come to this place with joyfulness and praise. Worship your God with a song. Make a joyful noise, all the earth. Worship your God with gladness. Make a joyful noise, all the earth. Come to this place with a song. Enter these gates, thanksgiving. Enter these courts with praise. Say thanks to your God and bless his holy name. Worship your God with a song. Make a joyful noise, all the earth. Worship your God with gladness. Make a joyful noise, all the earth. Come to this place with a song. Ages to endless ages. Seasons of endless years. The love of our shall endure. Worship your God with a song. Make a joyful noise, all the earth.
All the earth.
Worship your God with gladness. Make a joyful noise, all the earth.
All the earth.
Come to this place with a song. Come to this place with a song. Come to this place with a song.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hello, friends. I'm going to invite you, if you are not at your tables, to come back to your tables because we're going to do some more turning the world upside down. Is there something that I forgot to tell them? Oh. No, I'm not going to whistle. We'll just do the CGIT thing. Sort of magic. There's a lot of people in this room who didn't go to CGIT. So if you're just finishing up getting your snack or having a conversation, we invite you to come back to your table groups because we are going to do some more turning the world upside down. And I remembered the second thing that I forgot in the first thing. So while those of you who are finishing up migrating back to your tables, on the shoes things, there's a woman named Sarah Blakely. She invented Spanx. Does anybody know what Spanx are? Right. So she, became this kind of well-known entrepreneur in the fashion industry, and she loved wearing high heels, but she got to a point like Wilma where she couldn't wear high heels anymore because they were hurting her feet. And she said, I just wish that there were a pair of shoes that were stilettos, but that were as comfortable as sneakers. And so then she spent like the last 5 years working with podiatrists and sports medicine people and sneakers manufacturers and fashion designers, and she's created a new product called Sneaks, and they're sneakers with stiletto heels. I think they're not particularly attractive, and they're also between $400 and $600 US, but apparently they are stilettos, but they feel like wearing sneakers. They also don't make them in women's size 12, so I'm out on both budget and the size of my feet. So we're okay. Most people in the United Church of Canada, I don't imagine, are going to spend $600 on a pair of ugly sneakers that look like stilettos. However, if you really needed to wear them, say, to a red carpet event or something like that, they are available for your comfortable fashion pleasure. All right, so we actually have, this is the first time I mentioned that we have broken the workshop up into chunks, and because of the flow of things, we actually have some extra time. You will notice on, can I see your workbook for a sec? Starting on pages, where are you? Big note pages. Starting on page 29, there are a bunch of blank pages that say big thinking space. Because we thought there might be the new, I don't know, or whatever, and it feels line. I don't like drawing lined, so we put some big things. So we're going to spend our second session this afternoon practicing what it would look like if we turned the world upside down with things that maybe are a little bit closer to home. And so we're going to divide your tables into 3 groups. So if you're like this front table and this back table over on this side, you're going to be the church finance people. And if you're this middle table to that side, you're going to be the church membership table or the group. And then for the table groups that are meeting online, you're going to talk about church buildings. And so we're going to do the exact same process, but your first 3 minutes is going to be, if you're in group 1, you're talking about church buildings. If you're in group 2, you're talking about church membership. And if you're in group 3, you're talking about church finances. So we're going to turn the world upside down again. So again, you're going to start with writing 3 minutes on your own. What are the things that you know to be true about church buildings, church membership, church finances? So you have 3 minutes. It does. It's not. Things are fabulous. So you're just going to take the first 3 minutes to work silently on your own, and then you'll have another 10 minutes to work together as a table group. All right, so as you finish up writing your facts about church buildings, church membership, or church finances, you now have 10 minutes to move into small table groups to share and see if you can build 25 facts that you know to be true today about one of those 3 topics, whichever one your table group is working on.
Friends, does anyone want to talk and share actual words?
Churches seem to be like historical buildings and have certain styles.
There's a lot of focus on them by each congregation.
Many may be have deficit budgets. Many people are on par, but perhaps they have not increased their financial contributions as expenses continue to rise.
Yes, because many of them are not energy efficient.
Churches can be very intimidating to some people.
Aboriginal communities are very skeptical about entering a church.
Well, anyone who's had a bad experience with a church, same thing.
Yes.
Yeah, they're a symbol of pain for a lot of people.
Yeah. And they do need regular maintenance. They need cleaning. They need updating. But they can have many uses.
Yeah.
Many purposes, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Or very few, depending on their design.
They also hold many treasured memories for their people.
Mm-hmm.
That's very true.
They're very culturally specific.
Elaborate, please. Elaborate, Tim.
Our churches are monuments of our tribe, and not necessarily comfortable for people who don't belong to our tribe.
Yeah. Get more wine.
I think there's a lot of underutilized space in church buildings. Some of them are quite inflexible the way they have been designed, with pews that don't move and little rabbit warrens of hallways and stuff. So if it's possible to renovate them, maybe not, but if we can look beyond the church being used as a church facility, some of them can lend themselves to commercial lending for conferences and meetings and various group sessions that could be advertised and used, and the proceeds from that can be used for the financing the church.
Yes, we have a nature kindergarten downstairs.
Yep.
And we have choirs that borrow the hall or the sanctuary for their practices.
Sometimes it's the building that is held more dear than the reason that it's there and the people go to it. They worship the building in many cases.
Absolutely.
Yeah, in all honesty, I think buildings can have a purpose. That we have found at Southwood that one of the purposes of our building is to provide low cost rental space to support groups. We have over 20 meetings of AA every week.
Great outreach.
Yeah. What's a service?
Yes.
Initially, when the church was founded and the development of our societies in the 30s and 40s, many churches had gymnasiums because there were no gymnasiums in the community. So the church functioned as a very, very important meeting place and recreation spot. And that's why so many of the older churches have big gyms, because they were the first in the community. If you look at the history of the United Church, you'll find that they initiated a great many things, including the gymnasium factor.
Yes. And somebody was just telling me the other day that if we had a hall big enough, we should be doing pickleball, and there, I mean, we'd never be without renters.
That's the current move anyway.
Yeah.
Well, and that's part of it is, it's like anything else in this day and age. You've got to be adaptable, right? You can't go, oh, this is what we've done before, so we're going to do it forever.
Yeah. Well, Southwood was a badminton court.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon for them to have parking issues either.
Towns, they're a symbol of the town itself.
A symbol of what?
They're a symbol. People don't necessarily want to go into it. They in a small town, it symbolizes the existence of this town. The church is still open.
Right.
It holds the history, the identity of the town, even if people don't go into it. Symbols.
In small towns, coming from a farm background, the church was very important. It didn't matter what kind of church it was. It was an important thing to be there. But it's also there when they realized that that was a good start to us becoming united, is that they had a Methodist and a Presbyterian church right across the street from each other. So why not join it together? But I know from my own growing up, the church was totally important because that's one of the things that I was allowed to be in. And goodness sake, I was there 2 and 3 and 4 times a week, depending on what week it was. And even our senior high thing of high C it was, we were all there. That's where we gathered and got together and got married from there.
Yes.
And I remember that I used to visit in the hospitals all the time. I still do, but we never get called anymore. But I remember Knox was one of the biggest ones, and I forget how many they had, close to 200 young adults there. And every time I would meet people, sometimes in the hospital, they'd say, "Oh, I'm one of the Knox boys or the Knox ladies," and I met my partner there. And so, it was a dating ground. Maybe, I don't know what it was, but they certainly had good times. So it changes over the years.
Yes, it would have been a very important early meeting place for young people.
Well, and if you listen today to our new youth person down in Lethbridge there, the people they're looking for, and I've heard it here, the youth are looking for some place to go that doesn't cost them anything to have to go to. They don't have money to be going out. They need a space that is for free instead of having to pay something every time they go somewhere.
Well, now we've turned to the proper maintenance and the cost of supporting these buildings. So we have gone in our church to low energy bulbs in our sanctuary, and we've just installed solar panels. So we're feeling very smug about our energy costs.
Yes, I think John will tell you that that's where we're going. In our church, we got the bulbs done, and that the solar panels are coming.
Wilma, what church are you at?
Red Deer Lake United Church in Calgary.
I'd like to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Who's saying that?
Jerry in Coaldale.
Okay. Hi, Jerry.
Yeah.
All right, folks. So the 10 minutes are up for writing down the things that you know to be true about church buildings, church finances, church membership. And you know what to do. You're now going to spend the next 10 minutes writing down the exact opposite. So writing church anti-facts, no matter how ridiculous at first. All right? So your next 10 minutes starts now.
Churches are too crowded. There's never anywhere to sit.
Yeah, they never
Okay,
need
friends.
they never need maintenance, and you don't have to clean them. They're self-cleaning.
I'm just going to interrupt because I've just been told that our conversation is being live streamed.
Oh.
So let's go into a breakout room that we're all in. We'll just go in one room and then no one will be able to hear us. Here we go.
So you began with an empty page and filled it first with facts about church buildings or church membership or church finances. And then you turned those facts into anti-facts. And just like we did with shoes, the next and final step before we hear about some of what you've discovered is to begin looking for signs of change, what futurists would call early signals or weak signals. So we're going to invite you again to go online and to see what you can find. I pressed a button. And when you do so, I encourage we think about, can we see signs of change after more than that, recognizing how our church started, other volunteer-based organizations are addressing membership or are understanding membership, how other volunteer-based organizations nonprofits those things in
Hello.
Are we back?
Yeah, I missed a lot of that.
Yeah, we all did.
We're not back, but I think we are looking for clues that
Things are changing.
Oh.
Like we did for the shoes.
Exactly. And
Kind
just
of.
remember that everything we say now is being live streamed. So if you'd rather just put it in the chat, I can understand that.
So don't swear.
I can't do the chat, so.
Okay. Or I can put us all in a breakout group.
Oh, there we are. The question is, what are signs of change? Huh.
Well, maybe our situation, Red Deer Lake situation, where we couldn't find a minister. So we were invited to join using the same ministry team as McDougall has, because they have 3 ministers. And so now we have 3 congregations using 3 ministers, but we're not joined together. Well, Ogden is worshiping with McDougall because they don't have a church anymore.
Yeah.
But the idea was not to amalgamate, but to share certain things, but share the ministry people.
Yeah.
And we're still have our own boards and our own whatever.
Yeah. At Southwood, we're without a minister, and there's actually some advantages to using pulpit supply. You know?
What?
People like the variety. I mean, there's disadvantages too, right? But people do like the variety of having different people.
Yes,
that's the feedback we've got anyway.
Yeah, that's the feedback we've had is that we have different ministers, different Sundays.
Yeah.
So, and different things. It's been cool to do some things together. Like we did Good Friday together. Last year it was at our church. This year it was at McDougall's church. We did the Christmas, the Blue Christmas or Longest Night ceremony together. We had over 100 people there.
Yeah.
You don't even hear of that. So being united, which I heard some talk about that maybe we should be more united. And I totally agree with that. That I've said that for years. Why are we called united when we aren't united?
Yeah.
But
and I know, I mean, the South Calgary cluster group has been so good because, they're running youth, Naked Faith. I think actually it's going on tonight at Southwood because it's the venue is very good. It's close, all these kind of things. And we don't have anyone who's doing a youth program, so to have the youth come into the church, but it's being run by another United church. And same with Camp Caravan, is that it's not our people that are running the programs. It's great.
Yes. There's
I would just like to
become regional.
I would just like to say something about pulpit supply. It really puts the onus on the congregation to do pastoral care. And that's a big job.
Oh, yeah, that's one of the disadvantages. But like I say, there are advantages as well. So
financially, yes. Financially, there's a big advantage.
Yeah. And we're very lucky at Southwood. We have a very strong pastoral care team.
That helps.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And even with us having ministers, the ministers can only do so much.
Oh, yeah.
It's so busy with 3 churches. So I'm still very involved in pastoral care.
Yeah.
Just about as much as I was before.
So yeah, there's pros and cons to all these different things.
Yep.
But I think the point is that you don't discount something. Oh, we're not going to have pulpit supply because how could we possibly do pastoral care? This, it's looking for signs of change. Yeah, some things, change is difficult and it requires adaptions in all different ways. So how do you provide for pastoral care if you don't have a minister? It's that's part of the question.
And pastoral care done by the congregation. We're all aging, and there's coming a time where we need pastoral care.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
But I don't think it hurts any of us to do a service now and then. It's a good
I did one last Sunday.
Good for you.
Thank you.
That doesn't happen in our church.
No,
No.
we did that a lot for a while.
I
in
know,
Forest Lawn,
I'm-
because we didn't have a minister. We've got a young man now who's a student, and he's great. We love him, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Forest Lawn.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Forest Lawn.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have 4 little congregations that form one pastoral charge, and we have a picnic every June. And it's very nice to take turns having the picnic at each venue. And the local congregation chooses the venue, and it's always really interesting. It's a picnic, so it's outside. Could be somebody's yard, could be the park. We even use Picture Butte's little museum with a elderly little church that is on the site.
There you go.
It's very nice to have that. And whoever is hosting provides the hot dogs, and then the rest of us bring potluck, and we really enjoy that. This year it's at Picture Butte at the little museum.
Great.
Okay, so now I'm stuck on the anti-fact that churches don't need maintenance.
Why are you stuck?
I'm trying to find a way that they're self-maintaining. I haven't found one yet.
Well, solar panels are a good move.
What was that?
Solar panels are a good move.
Yeah.
Are they self-maintaining?
Well, it depends, because I know a little church in Edmonton that actually persuaded or arranged to install panels and stuff. That they did. But they get Edmonton local, whatever the local power provider, they maintain it.
Oh, well, there you go. If the maintenance is part of the service, that would work. I'm still working on vacuuming though. I hate vacuuming.
In my service last week,
seconds left.
in my service last week, I have one prepared, and I'm happy to give it to anyone. I stress the importance of the Canadian Food Bank, Grains Bank, because I am a member of a growing project.
So we have microphones now set up.
Okay, sorry, I'm out.
We have a microphone over on the church finance side. We have a microphone set on the church membership side. And once again, tech folks can help us bring the voices of the online group talking about church buildings. But we'd be fascinated to hear folks share with one another in the room about maybe some of the specific signs of potential change that you saw in the area that you were looking at. So we'd love to open the floor up. If anyone would like to make their way to the microphone, let the group know what particular topic you were looking at, and maybe what weak sign or early signal you found of change in the area you were thinking about.
I think they're talking to us.
Oh, we've got one and then two.
Oh, sorry, I'll just start the conversation. So we were church membership over here, and one of the sort of negatives we said is church members are sometimes stuck in stuck in the ways things are and stuck in their ways of doing. And one of the places we've seen was actually this weekend through stories of imaginative youth ministry in Lethbridge area, through oh gosh, we had so many examples. What else did we talk about? Anyways, like all this sort of interest in experimentation. So there seemed to be a lot of experimentation happening in this region and this room. Oh yeah, like we were talking about McDougall and Red Deer Lake, and there's sort of like a shared staff ministry thing that's unraveling, or not unraveling, it's raveling, it's opposite. It's
unfolding.
It's unfolding, it's revealing itself. Anyway, so there's all this experimentation happening here. I've heard stories all weekend about it. So that was one area we saw things blooming.
Awesome. Look at y'all, Chinookwians, for being early signals of change and hope and possibility. We'll come to this microphone and then back there.
I'm Susan Knight. I'm from Pincher Creek, but this story isn't about Pincher Creek. I'm new to Alberta. I moved here 3 years ago. I come from Nanaimo, and the church that I was with in Nanaimo, Brecon United, was just a church that had started in the 50s, the typical building with the steeple and everything, but a dying congregation, money issues. But they were sitting on a piece of land that was incredible because it was at the top of where the ferry comes in and the harbor views and everything. So far thinking, and this was before COVID, it took about 10 years in planning, and it is now in existence, but they didn't sell the property. They worked with an architect and they gutted the building, came up with a program. They have a small mall on the one level. At the end of the mall, it was one of the storefronts is the church. They have a thrift shop running beside it, and then like a 7-Eleven and other little visits. And then upstairs, there's 4 stories of apartments for income attached to your income. And one of my friends who was struggling is living there, and he's got like $1 million view and probably pays like maybe $800 a month. So it's really good. But this was, falling apart, old, stuck in the way. When I first went to Brecon, and this would have been in the 90s, I sat in a pew and a lady came and said, "You're in my spot." And so they were really stuck. And they took it and transformed it, and it's now in existence. Instead of just walking away and closing the doors, mind you, they were on a very beautiful piece of land. So there you go.
Awesome. Thanks for sharing that story of hope.
Sue Broderick, Parkdale. So I started our conversation with a question which I may have a little bit of prehistory because of my work in the wider church. And knowing what's coming to General Council 45, one of the questions I started with is membership necessary? Why do we ask that you be a member? What do we do with all of our strong, committed adherents? It really opened up a conversation at our table. And then, especially when you were doing the negatives of membership is declining. Well, the opposite of that is membership is growing. True United Church membership, I don't know if any of our churches can say is actually really growing, but if we, and so it really got a good conversation of thinking about what change could happen, which has been at least 2 times, and it might even been 3 times on General Council agendas, and there's a report that will be coming this year. But what does it mean to be a member of the United Church? And do you have to do the formal indoctrination to be a member? And what does that, because belonging is so important, especially to our younger generations, and belonging doesn't mean you have to join.
Yeah, and so as futurists, or those seeking to try on futurist thinking, we can look at what is becoming true about the way people are finding belonging in our societies, and then ask ourselves, what does that ask us to consider within the church? Thanks for sharing that.
Dave Holmes, St. Andrews Lacombe. When we got our list of anti-membership stuff, I mean, on one hand, there's, growing, getting younger, got to fight them off with a stick, eager to evangelize, things like that. But then on the other hand, we also got like membership that has nothing to do with belonging. membership that there's no process for becoming a member, and there's no support after becoming a member. There's no process of discipleship or growth. And I don't know if this is a good thing. We started thinking about internet and influencers and the way that different governments or parties try to influence people during elections or disrupt or whatever, where there's you're not concerned with belonging, it seems. You're concerned with kind of shifting the way the society moves, and that's about as far as we got.
Interesting. Thanks for that fascinating possibilities.
Once again, on behalf of the youth. It was a really interesting conversation that we had about membership, because what was really revealed was their very different experiences, where what half of the group would say is like the anti, that was totally not the experience of another area. And I think there's a great deal of pride. We were like, oh yeah, no, like some youth saying, no, I don't really feel welcome, or my pronouns aren't like honored and recognized. And then the other youth saying, oh, that's not my experience. They won't leave me alone. I'm very welcome. And come. And those are some really interesting comparisons, especially when we're looking at where certain areas are really being intentional with what their priorities are. And I think that there are youth in our group who really know that they are a priority to their congregation, and they feel that. And then there's other youth who don't. And I think that that's just a really interesting thing about membership, that both can happen, but they're also their own church as themselves too, that are influenced by all of this too. So.
Thank you, Youth Table, for that awesome insight. Do we have any thoughts from online? No. How about anything else in the area of church finances? Anything that you saw as weak signals for some of the things that we have thought to always be true that couldn't possibly be different in the areas of church finance, that perhaps there are signals that it could be? Wonderful. We have two people.
So one of the things that Joanne found out when we were Googling is that trends in Canadian giving to not-for-profits right across the board, churches, various community groups, less than 0.5% of income is given away to charitable enterprises in this country. Tells something about the demands being put on household budgets, but it also says there's some cause for hope, because it gives us a lot of room to grow in terms of inviting people's generosity and how we engage them.
Thank you for that.
Hi, I'm Kelly Osgood. I'm at this table. We were talking about finances. One of the truths that we have is that churches' finances are accountable to CRA. So the anti-fact is that we're not accountable to CRA. And the reality, I don't know, what's the third step? What are you calling that?
Looking for signs of change.
Okay. The sign of change is that a Finance Committee report was tabled in the House of Commons in December last year, 2024, that recommended removing advancement of religion as a recognized charitable purpose. And and there was a little article in Broadview about this. And so there's 4 a committee that is multi-party committee, and it's suggesting removing advancement of religion because of a humanitarian organization out of BC.
Yeah, so that was in fact tabled in the January budget, or when they brought the budget out, but it was quickly taken out. It wasn't considered. It wasn't given any time. It's something that kind of comes up periodically where somebody takes a shot at it, and it gets shot down and then goes away. So it's not something I think we need to worry about in the immediate term, and it's not getting any traction at all. And it wasn't even discussed. It was just removed.
I think also the background behind it is the BC Association of Atheists wanted recognition as a charity for their atheological position, that they could be advancing a religion of a non-theology or non-theistic theology, and the BC courts, I think, said that they couldn't have that, and so that was basically, they lobbied to have that included in the Finance Committee report, because they thought if we can't have nonprofit status as atheists, then people who believe in a theistic tradition should also not have nonprofit status, which is some of the background behind where that lobbying came from.
Hello, I'm online.
Yes.
Am I? Yeah, I
Carrie
think.
Cohen-Haynes, Office of Vocation. This is not something that I found on the internet, but it's just been so valuable to me that I think I'm just going to say it out loud, which is, there is a beautiful book by Eric Law, who may be known to those who have done intercultural ministry. The book, though, is called Holy Currencies, and it's a beautiful, I'm sure Vicky knows it, it's on the table, cha-ching. So if you are interested in looking at a gorgeous resource for stewardship that talks about money as one of 6 different currencies that flow in the life of the church, that's a fantastic book.
Super.
Holy Currencies,
Holy Currencies
by Eric Law.
Great. This microphone and then online.
Okay, as I was looking through this, I found this article called 6 Strategies to Increase Church Funding that's put out by the Lutherans. What I found interesting was they refer to a TED Talk, Why We Ignore Obvious Problems and How to Act on Them, by Michelle Wooker. It's the concept of the gray rhino, an obvious problem that's charging right at us, and it's ready to trample us if we aren't careful. Gray rhinos are preventable dangers that no one wants to talk about until it's too late. And it's become less and less feasible to fund their missions on tithes and offerings. So they give suggestions. Rent church property. I think we all know about that, don't we? Create self-sustaining ministries. So whatever you start, there's a goal that within a certain amount of time, it will bring in resources. Secure grants. Lots of us are doing that, that's for sure. Start a social enterprise. United Churches has been big on that, where you bring in money, something that earns money. Realign your congregation's budget by, cutting some things, and then shift your church's leadership model from clergy-led to lay-supported to lay-led clergy-supported. I guess that's how you get rid of more clergy, isn't it? Well, that would be the hidden underneath there. So anyways, that's the 6 things that they said. And I know that my congregation, the congregations that I serve, do a lot of that stuff already, so.
Super. Okay, we have an online comment about church.
Hello, this is Tim Nethercott with Air Canada United Church. I feel I should apologize on behalf of the online group because we did not do the homework. We found ourselves unable, but we shared stories about installing solar panels. That seemed to be a future oriented thing that was underway and encouraging. I just wanted to share that my delight. And we couldn't find any evidence of self-cleaning or self-maintaining churches. So that was a fantasy. But I just want to share that I had a a lovely moment when we went from discussing the true things to the things that are false 10 years from now. And somebody said, well, the church won't exist 10 years from now. And I just had a shock that, well, that's not true. And the church will be of no value. Well, that's not true. And that's what I enjoyed in the discussion. Thank you.
One of the commitments that we made at our last general council was to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 80% by 2030. And we're actually doing really well on that. I mean, part of it's come from congregations that are closing, and so we're no longer counting any of their greenhouse gas emissions. But one of my biggest joys as moderator, as somebody who has experience working in climate nonprofits for the 10 years before I was executive director at First United, is the number of congregations that are moving their buildings onto renewables. I know there's a lot of folks in the United Church who have, hybrid vehicles or electric vehicles, or are choosing not to travel by air as much. And I sort of had a moment of climate panic when I looked at my schedule just for my first year and realized how much I would be flying. And I know I know approximately what my carbon footprint is. I shared it in my general council report. And Seth Klein, the climate activist who wrote A Good War, is Naomi Klein's little brother, and he's a former executive director at the Center for Canadian Policy Alternatives in British Columbia, said, Carmen, don't worry about your climate footprint from flying. It is the whole travel budget of the United Church of Canada is a rounding error in our national greenhouse gas emissions, even if you took everybody's work and personal travel. As a country, our air travel only makes up 6% of our greenhouse gas emissions, but our stationary combustion, so how we heat and cool and power buildings, makes up 68% of our greenhouse gas emissions. And he's like, people are so focused on the individual consumer choices, and what we really need to do is transform how our buildings are powered. And so to see the number of buildings that are moving onto geothermal, onto solar, in parts of BC and Ontario and Quebec, we're lucky because so much of our energy comes from hydro. But it really, when your congregation can make the effort to reduce significantly or eliminate greenhouse gas emissions from how you heat and cool your buildings, has the biggest impact. It's like massive compared to any other choices we can make.
I'm Margaret McCulley. I'm from Westminster United Church in southeastern Alberta. In our area, we have one ordered minister, and we basically exist through the use of pulpit supply. And one of the things that we're exploring is the possibility of gathering together resources that don't include ordered ministry, or maybe one other ordered minister, with perhaps a social worker or a nurse for pastoral care. We also are looking at the possibility of using electronic devices and rotating ministers to various churches. So something new, something outside the box.
Super. Thank you. Any final comments? So one of the reasons why we took the time to do this is you can do this turning the world upside down exercise anytime that you want to live in a place that's above the line, right? So we've suggested to people, if you have a particularly challenging issue that's coming up in your church council meeting, like take a half hour. It doesn't have to be 10 minutes. It could be 7 minutes. It could be 5 minutes for each section. But take a half an hour to like intentionally place yourself in an above the line perspective, to just think differently about whatever it is that you're finding you need to think creatively about, and maybe stop thinking inside the box of how you think you might understand a particular issue. And it doesn't have to be the big categories that we chose. It could be, Cam and I were just saying, it would be amazing to start a clergy retreat doing Turn the World Upside Down with what is true about sermons, right? Like it's such a playful and fun way to engage our imagination muscles and to think differently. So the last thing that we're going to do before we break for supper is that's what I meant, worship. I was thinking worship and I said supper. You can tell that I'm thinking with my stomach instead of with my brain. On page 6 of your workbooks. Page 6 of your workbook is separated into 2 versions of the same quiz. I forgot all the things. So in a second, I'm going to give you time to do this, but we know that we can build our skill in thinking like futurists, and McGonigal asked these 3 questions that you see on these 2 quizzes. One is for now, and one is for like at some later point in the future, especially if you really like take this workbook home and continue to do this work on your own or with other people from your community of faith. The first is the opportunity she wants to measure our opportunities for rethinking and reinventing. She says it's easy to prepare for futures that are similar to today, but dramatically different stuff catches us off guard. So preparing our brains to reinvent and rethink helps us to be prepared to make big changes for unprecedented events. The second question is around balancing between hopes and worries for the future. Each of us tends to lean one to more side than the other, but we can always benefit from cultivating a little bit more of the other side. So stretching our minds to be able to do both helps us to hold risks and hopes more effectively, and we're going to spend a big chunk of our time tomorrow doing that. And then third is building your confidence in your influence over the future. The work that we're doing in this workshop is not just about anticipating a future, it's about acting to create the future that you want. So we want to build the skills to help us to see the contributions that only we can make and then start making them. So what is uniquely mine as Carmen Lansdowne, 44th moderator of the United Church of Canada? What is uniquely mine that I can do, like concrete actions that I can take to create the future that I want to see? Or what are the actions that the United Church in Ponoka can do that are uniquely yours? And one of the things that I love about our new call and vision, that we are becoming a church of deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice, is I feel like those 6 words really encapsulate so much of what it means to be church. And they're also very broad. So each of our communities of faith, each of our ministries has the opportunity to rumble with that and say, like, well, in Lethbridge, like, what is uniquely ours in this place to be a church of deep spirituality, bold discipleship, and daring justice? What does that mean here? What does that mean for me, for our community of faith? And Jane McGonigal asked 2 really good questions, and I'll talk about this again in the morning. I think the 2 most important questions she asks in her book are, what are the things that I can do today that I could be proud of that will help to contribute to the future that I want to see? And the second question is, what are the things that I can do today that I would be proud of that will help to mitigate against the future that I don't want to see? And so these future mindset questions are just about testing how we feel about our ability to reinvent and re-envision the future, about I'm losing my mind. About balancing hope and worry, and then about our own personal sense of agency. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes. You don't have to share it with your table group or anything, but just 2 minutes to take a second to read the 3 questions and then answer on a scale of 1 to 10 for each of those. And then if you continue to do this work of envisioning the future, or working with a growth and ministry development team, or working on achieving a goal in your congregation, come back at some point in the future and do it again and see if it changes once you've worked at it for a while. So I'll give you 2 minutes to do that now.
Your 2 minutes are up. That kind of felt like a 2-minute warning to me. But we're going to just take a few minutes to close the main work of the day with a service that we're going to begin. We're going to begin by singing a river, during which we're going to attempt to bring it to you. You'll see what that means in just a moment. But please do pass the water as we bring it to you.
Rushing down to the ocean blue. River from the mountain high. River, as you do what rivers do. River, draw the spirit nigh. Coming down to the riverside. Spirit, found a wondrous thought. Spirit, I am free for you to guide. Spirit, pray what I be taught. Water, let me drink of your healing power. Water, strength of life you give. Water, as I travel with each hour. Water, help my body live. River, source of clearer view. River, as I watch your rocky shore. River, see my journey through. River, flow it down where you ran before. River, source of clearer view. River, as I walk your rocky shore. River, see my journey through.
That was super interesting. I had no idea how it was going to go. I imagined it, but I had no idea really. And now you're wondering what to do with it. Just have a seat with it. Yeah. It was interesting how some people clenched it so tightly, too. I'm Robin King. I'm from Rising Spirit, which is the partnership of Bashaw and Panoka United Churches. The prophet Isaiah proclaims, "Thus says the Lord, he who created you, O Jacob, he who formed you, O Israel, do not fear, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. you are mine. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you. And through the rivers, they shall not overwhelm you. When you walk through fire, you shall not be burned, and the flame shall not consume you. For I am the Lord your God, the Holy One of Israel. Please join me in a simple prayer. I'm going to say a line. I'd like you to then repeat it with me. Into the river.
Into the river.
Shall I stand, swim, float, go back? Shall I stand, swim, float, go back? God with me, amen. God with me, amen. Here's a piece of the larger piece of scripture that we heard from Ezekiel. This is 47 verses 3 to 6. Going on eastward with a cord in his hand, the man measured 1,000 cubits and then led me through the water, and it was ankle deep. Again he measured 1,000 and led me through the water, and it was knee deep. Again he measured 1,000 and led me through the water, and it was up to the waist. Again he measured 1,000. It was a river that I could not cross, for the water had risen. It was deep enough to swim in, a river that could not be crossed. He said to me, "Mortal, have you seen this?" Yes. Yes, we have. We've experienced it. We're experiencing it right now, aren't we? And not just in the passing of that fabric, but we are in the midst of this weekend. We are in the flow of this meeting. And for some of us, that might be ankle deep, it might be waist deep, it might be over our heads. But we're in the midst of it. We might also feel that way too about where we are in our communities of faith. I really appreciate you putting that over your head. Thank you. I was wondering what would happen with the fabric once it rested, and it's on some tables, it's on the floor a little bit, but it's on this gentleman's head, and I really appreciate that. Because I know we all sometimes feel like that. In our lives as well as in our communities of faith. Listen, my journey into ministry was not smooth. And one or two of you might remember that. I only mention it because in the midst of that struggle, I see Taylor smiling, thank you. In the midst of that struggle, I found myself in a community which I have come to know very affectionately, and I mean that sincerely, very affectionately, as the island of misfit toys. Now, if you're not familiar with the image of the island of misfit toys, shame on you. You should find a streaming service and find the 1964 classic animated TV show, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. In that, Rudolph and his friends, on their journey, find themselves at an island which is inhabited by toys from Santa's workshop that were cast aside because they didn't do what they were supposed to. They all work fine, but they didn't do what they were supposed to. And they all found themselves on this island in a community supporting each other. And that's what I felt and still feel Bashaw is like. It's an island of misfit toys. It's a community of people who are unique and diverse, and that diversity isn't necessarily ethnic or cultural. It's social and political and emotional and spiritual. And when I first went to that community, it had had some traumas in its past. It's having more, I'm sure. But one of them was described to me as the great calamity that befell the United Church, which is that many moons ago, a United Church minister in Bashaw was removed, and it split the congregation. Some of you will remember it. And it split the congregation. The remnant of the congregation, and again I say that very affectionately, the remnant of the congregation decided that the best way to keep going was to only have a service on Sunday morning. They didn't want to do anything else. When I went there, in fact, someone told me that they didn't want to bring people into the building because that meant we'd have to put the lights on and clean the carpets. And that costs money. Okay. But the good news of that is that it was still there, and I often wonder if it would have been if they hadn't. So I appreciate them doing that. When I was first there, I got to meet some people in the community, though, who were quite keen to do things. And they felt that the United Church was very definitely a place where things could happen. And so the very first thing we did was we tried to create community and connect with the wider community by starting, that's not a way to say it, by doing a community theater musical at the little historic Majestic Theater that's in Bashaw. And so we partnered with Bashaw Adult Learning, the Majestic Theater, and the library in town to put this on. And it was a great success. In fact, it was such a great success that at the wrap party, somebody suggested we should do it again. And then they did it again and again. They moved it to the church because it got too big to be at the Majestic. And they kept doing it, and that became Bashaw Community Theater. And in the process of doing that and expanding it, we met other groups that we could collaborate with. And so we started to collaborate on doing things with the library, with Bashaw Area Community Support Services. We partnered with the school on things, not just to bring people into the church, but to also have the church go to people. And the more we did that, the more collaborations happened. And the more we started to realize that the community recognized the church as being a valued member of the community. And one of the ways that we know this is because one of the biggest fundraising events that the church does is to send volunteers to Big Valley Jamboree and to the Ponoka Stampede. And in doing that volunteering, money comes to the church. But it doesn't just come to the church, because we partner with about 4 or 5 other groups in town to pool all of that, and then we divide the revenue up amongst the groups according to which groups the volunteers signed up for. And that has been such a great benefit, not just financially, but because we partnered with people in the community. We partner with 3 other organizations in the community to have 7 summer students, which we would never be able to have if we went by ourselves. And in doing all of those collaborations and putting all of those things together, again, the community found value in the church being there. One of the ways we know that is because of all of the volunteers that we send to those 2 big events during the summer, less than 10% are people who sit in a pew on Sunday morning. The vast majority of them are simply people from the community who participate either in some of the events that we do, or they see value in what the United Church does. It hasn't been smooth always. When we painted, we have a very large front sidewalk, and when we painted it as a rainbow, we had people who were in tears because they appreciated it so much, and we had people who refused to come to events at the church any longer because they wouldn't cross the sidewalk. But we kept going with collaborations in the community. Now, in 2017, one of the people who works at Bashaw Support Services started a group called Bashaw Wellness Team. And on that team were representatives of various sectors of the community. And that included safety, so the RCMP sergeant, education, so principal of the school, and the head of Bashaw Adult Learning, health, and that was the prescribing pharmacist in town and a nurse who is retired, and the head of the social services part of Bashaw Area Community Resource Center, which is what it's called now. And spiritual, the minister of the United Church. When I talked to the person who put this together, I actually said, do you think that the collaborations that we started to do with the church was an influence on starting this group, this team? And she said, yes, Absolutely. Because the point of the team is the wholeness of the community. That's why all of those people are on it. It meets regularly, and it talks about the community in a way that allows us to confidentially share information to support people. After all, it's the island of misfit toys, right? And from that has come other things, like a wholeness. There's a clinic now in Bashaw with a rotation of doctors in and out, but there's also nurses, there's mental health professionals, there's all of it's actually being called a wellness hub because it connects to also the social services and to the lab and all of the stuff that you need to bring wholeness to a community. As a church, as a community of faith, our goal wasn't simply to be spiritual. Our goal was to be whole. And that is the same goal that we now bring to Ponoka with our partnership there, which has been since 2017. The thing is, it's harder in Ponoka. It's more complicated because Ponoka is 7 or 8 times the size of Bashaw. Bashaw is quite a small community. Ponoka is bigger. It is way more diverse in so many ways. One of which is there are 13 churches in Ponoka, one of which is left of center. Guess who? Right. It's difficult. Put all of this too in the context of, you might remember who the MLA is who represents Ponoka because she's justifiably famous for some things that she said in the election campaign and still won by a landslide. You might also remember that Bashaw is in the riding that is about to be acquired by Pierre Poilievre because it's the safest riding in the country. They are very conservative communities, and yet, even in that context, we can create an environment where people find a way to support each other and bring wholeness to the community. This is why it's so important to remember that the church isn't just about the community we create within the church. It's about the impact it has in the community and how that brings the community to you and connects you to the community. All of this started because we invited people into the water again. And they trusted the flow. They went with the river. And it took us places, not always successfully, but it took us places. It will be no surprise to you then that if I were to say to you, if you were to ask any member of the congregation in Bashaw, and probably Ponoka as well now, what their favorite song to sing is in church, they're going to say, "My Love Colors Outside the Lines." We'll never walk on water if we're not afraid to drown. Body and soul need a soaking from time to time, right? We're going to sing, and then I'll bring it back here. We'll do a little closing on the day.
And our lives will feel the echo of our journey. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. And our lives will feel the echo of our journey. every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our King. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our King. Let us sing this song for the caring of the world, that we may care as one. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our King. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our journey. Let us sing this song for the loving of the world, that we may love as one. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our love. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along. With every voice, with every song, we will move this world along, and our lives will feel the echo of our journey. And our lives will feel the echo of our journey.
Please sit, please sit. I've been asked to remind you that we are going to reconvene at 6:45 for Mama Bears, so please do come for that. It looks like it's a fantastic documentary, and there will be a panel discussion afterwards, which you should very definitely stay for, because Chris from Pinoca is on it, and others. Please also take a few moments to think about transformation, what it means to turn the world upside down and be above the line. I'm trying to think of all the things that we've talked about. But think about how transformation is happening in your community, and take a moment to write something on one of the stickies that's on your table, and there's a spot right on the end there next to all of the history stuff for you to put it on the wall if you'd like to do that. This part of our day is ended. There is more yet. As we move on, may we feel the waters of creativity, inspiration, and grace move within us and around us, carrying us to new and exciting shores. May we know God is with us, blessing us with love and hope. Amen.
Amen. Okay. Good. We're going to sing a grace before dinner.
God is great, God is good, and we're going to thank God for our food. We're going to thank God morning, noon, and night. We're going to thank our God who's out of sight. Amen, 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 amen. One more time. God is great, God is good, and we're going to thank God for our food. We're going to thank God morning, noon, and night. We're going to thank our God who's out of sight. Amen, amen.